Happy New Year, everybody. You guys okay? So quiet out there. You guys are all about ready for the test? All right.
In case you're wondering why I'm showing a look of frustration, is because I don't like wasting paper. I never carry books. I use my laptop. And I hit the restart button, and it's now at 8%. So we're going to talk slow so that it's ready to go before the meeting starts. Oh, I always got to back up here. I can't believe I hit the button.
Yeah. Really went over and beyond during this last Thanksgiving. I think what we saw this year was a community that came together in many different ways to help each other out. Different groups stepped up and were able to provide turkeys for our community that were never ever part of that process, but for this year, they did become a part of that and wanted to make sure we acknowledge them, but also acknowledge the members of our community that do this on an annual basis and have been doing it for years. So want to make sure we appreciate them as well. So I'll go ahead and read uh, the certificate, and then I'll go ahead and read each name. And as I call the names, guys, if we can just come up. Okay. So certificate of appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate in recognition of your exemplary service and valuable contributions to the 2025 turkey giveaways. Your dedication and professionalism are sincere and appreciated. Signed, the Mayor, Joshua Barone. And I'll go ahead and call these names up.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before you call the names, can I just say something really
Please.
quick? And I just to see so many of our businesses, organizations helping our community in this not just this Thanksgiving, but every year. It's overwhelming, emotional because we see our business and organizations, step up, and they do more and more of what it's expected. And I just want to thank each one of them for doing this. I mean, not just this year, but for years. For years, they've been helping out the Rotary, Mr. Sistoin. I know that I've been helping them with the schools. I mean, for the last past almost 15 years already. That and I know that it has been more than that. I'm giving out turkeys and gift certificates from the United Way system. I mean, they see the need that our community and I mean during these times, hard times that our families have, and thanks to the PTAs and the schools organizations that help out, pass out the turkeys and the gift cards, and you all have made a lot of families. Very happy because there are families out there that they did not have anything to to have that day, and I mean, and because I see the families when they give them out the turkey, and I have talked to a lot of them. So thank you to each and every one of you that have participated. Liz, I know this year you also gave out funding for turkeys, and but to all of you, I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. And God bless every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else would like to? I'd like to open it up if you guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, and again, the mayor's going to read out the names of the organizations. And I can tell you that I volunteered with the JA for over 30 years. And on top of trying to keep our costs down, we did know that there were a lot of people in the program and in our community that needed assistance. And so every single year, we made every effort to pitch in, put money together, raise enough money to bring roughly 200 turkeys to our community. We did that for decades. And, I was talking to the current president of the JA, and she said, wow, this is the first time we're actually going to get some recognition, and I'm not even ready to go out there and pick up a certificate. So we're asking someone, Liz, to receive it today. But again, we have many organizations, and on top of acknowledging those that are going to be named today, I'm sure there were others, and I want to apologize to them if they're not getting recognized tonight. But we are probably not aware of what you've done. So again, if anybody here or in the community who's listening at home know other people who have helped in bringing, turkeys and toys or food giveaways, they should let us know, because all these people who are giving from their time, giving from their wallets to bring, something to members of the community who are in need would be nice to recognize them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, just echo what my colleagues here in the council. I want to thank everybody that's here today, everybody that helped, the nonprofit organizations. I know it was the Assemblyman Jose Solach's office and the YMCA that kind of facilitated it. But then I know the Rotary Club also did their thing. So everybody that came out and really Thanksgiving, turkeys, I mean, it was important. I mean, 1,000, I think at the park was 1,000 turkeys and 1,000 pies. So that was cool. And I think it made a difference in a lot of families. So I want to thank everybody who participated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, I want to express my appreciation to all of the organizations, both corporate as well as nonprofit, that actually stepped up. And so I think during this Thanksgiving time, it is very evident the need in our community. So hopefully moving forward, we can all take that to heart when we're making decisions up here. So thank you for everything that each and every individual, company, and organization has given, because you all matter. You all make our residents in Southgate that much more richer, even though there's a lot of families that are suffering right now. because of the political climate and the economic climate. So I humbly say thank you.
Thank you. So when I call you guys' name, if you would be so kind to come up, and we'll go ahead and present you with the certificate and take a photo as well, so we can make sure we recognize you. So we'll start off with Altamed. Anybody here? No, he's not here. Yeah. Thank you. Compatior, nonprofit here in Southgate. They're not here as well. Crossroads. Junior Athletic Association. Jose Salacha's office. Also on her own, Lizette Ruiz. I want to make sure we acknowledge your contribution this year. So thank you very much. Mr. C's Towing. The Rotary.
My Lord.
They came ready. The Sela Kiwanis. The Southgate Chamber of Commerce. UWS. And last but not least, the YMCA. Yeah. Hey. So congratulations and thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for everything you did for our residents this year. We'll go down there.
Please pardon me, but I had an injury to my toe and it makes it hard to walk, so I do apologize. But I greatly appreciate everyone. Back here. To the left? No, I can, it's just painful. I'd rather not swell it up more. We're done.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, I will go ahead and, I know we received a letter from Compatior because they couldn't be here. And they said on behalf of Compatior, we want to thank the council for their recognition of our food distribution efforts. This acknowledgement means a great deal to our team who works hard to serve our community. Through our Compatior's No Hunger campaign, we are committed to address food insecurity and ensuring that there is no neighbor goes without a meal when it's needed. So thank you very much, Compatior. Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
The City Council will present certificate of appreciation to Bishop Mendez.
And presenting the certificate for Bishop Mendez is Councilmember Gil Hurtado. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the certificate of appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate to Bishop Mendez in heartfelt recognition and celebration of 40 years of faithful ministry. Your unwavering dedication, spiritual leadership, and selfless service have profoundly impacted on countless lives and strengthened the faith of the community you have so faithfully served. Through 4 decades of ministry, you have exemplified integrity, compassion, and devotion to God's calling. May this milestone stand as a testament to your enduring commitment and the legacy of faith you continue to build. With sincere gratitude and honor, we commemorate your 40 years of ministry signed by the Mayor Joshua Barron, January 13, 2026. He could not make it, but he wrote a letter, And it says, "Dear City Council of the City of Southgate, I am deeply honored and sincerely grateful to receive this certificate of appreciation. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each member of the City Council for this distinguished recognition, which I receive with great humility and gratitude. This acknowledgement from the City of Southgate holds special significance for me, as it reflects not only a personal honor, but also the shared commitment and collective efforts of many individuals dedicated to serving our community. Throughout the years, it has been a privilege to work alongside civic leaders, community organizations, and residents who share a common desire to foster unity, compassion, and positive change. Service to the community has always been guided by the belief that lasting impact is achieved through collaboration, mutual respect, and a sincere concern for the well-being of others. This recognition affirms the value of those principles and encourages continued partnership between faith-based leadership and civic institutions for the betterment of our community. I'm especially thankful for the leadership and dedication demonstrated by the City Council in addressing the needs of our community and promoting initiatives that strengthen families, support public safety, and uphold the dignity of every individual. Your commitment to service is both commendable and inspiring. Please accept my sincere appreciation for this meaningful honor. It is a privilege to serve and to be recognized by the city that exemplifies unity, service, and a spirit of cooperation. With deepest respect and gratitude, Bishop Juan Carlos Mendez from Southern California Baptist Diocese, President of Churches in Action. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, in reading the letter, you understand how it is. We're giving recognition for his years of service. And how does he receive that? In thanking everybody else. And that's just who the man is. He does so much, helps so many people, and does it without thinking of who that person is, what their needs are, anything like that. He just loves everybody. And his letter demonstrates that. So again, I will make sure he gets this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 3.
The City Council will consider receiving and filing a presentation on Street Soccer USA. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And making the presentation,
Yes, thanks, Mayor. We'll pass it over to Tina, and she'll do the introductions.
All right, great. Good evening, everyone, City Council. So tonight we'll be receiving a presentation from an organization, a nonprofit organization, Street Soccer USA, regarding a field space that they'd like to bring into the city. Gabe from Community Development came to me a few months back and expressed just interest in a great program that he thought would be great to bring to our city. And so we went ahead and set up a meeting, and we heard their presentation. And basically, they're trying to bring in multiple soccer facilities locally before the 2026 World Cup. And so they're willing to come forward and to pay for all the facilities and offer free services. And so what we did, we met with him, we listened to the presentation, we thought it was great. So we started looking more into it to see what space we could utilize or allocate toward them. And so we worked with Public Works and Community Development to secure what we thought would be a great location. And so that location would be at Hollydale Regional Park in the area where we currently have our park maintenance yard. So it's already gated, and we would just be we wouldn't be giving up the entire space, but half the space potentially to Street Soccer USA. We also reached out to AYSO Soccer, who utilizes that field space now and has been having some issues with lighting and such, where they're unable to practice during the fall, winter seasons due to the time change. And so we thought this could potentially be a win-win for everyone, as they potentially would be able to utilize that space during those months because they would actually provide lighting on their field area. And so another thing that we had to look at was currently that park is a dawn to dusk park. And so if it's approved tonight, then we would go through the process of changing the ordinance so that it can stay open a little bit later. And we'd go through the whole process in doing that to make sure all the residents are informed within that area. So if there is any concerns from them, we can bring those forward as well. So let's go ahead and listen to our presentation. Let me call up Luca and Ellen from Street Soccer USA.
And I'll just add one clarifying point. We have a presentation of their concept, the services they'd offer in the facility. We're not looking for approval at this point. That would be at a regular meeting, but the concept, if you're giving us direction that you'd like to pursue a relationship, we'd love to receive that, or any other comments to the contrary. If it is to pursue, then we will return with a draft agreement that would lay out the terms of an agreement, lease terms, and then that would be the actual approval point, just to clarify. And we'll pass it over to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Tina. And thank you, Mayor Barone and City Council for having us. We're humbled and grateful to be here. My name is Luca Marton. I am the Los Angeles director of Street Soccer USA. We are a national nonprofit, and we use soccer as a social mobility tool to essentially make what is an increasingly less accessible game, an exorbitantly expensive game, not only accessible, but free. And we would like to replicate models that we've seen successful in California and Sacramento and San Francisco and across the country here in Los Angeles County, and particularly here in Southgate. So with that being said, I'll show you a little bit about us. Our mission is to fight poverty and strengthen communities through soccer. And really I'm not the type that's going to just go through this presentation like it's a school presentation. So I'll let you guys look at the words. But what we do is we build these spaces, and we have long-term engagement in those spaces. We've been in Los Angeles now for 8 years. For the last 7.5 of those years, we've been running free programs right down the road in the public houses in Watts. So we've been in all 4 developments in Imperial Courts, Nickerson Gardens, Jordan Downs, and Gonzague Village, where they're historically difficult places to operate. And we have not left. We've been there consistently every single week, twice a week, now going on to 3 to 4 times a week at each location. We are in 30 plus schools across the county, including Hollydale Middle and Elementary School, through a partnership through Think Together. We've been there for about 2 years now. And we access about 6 school districts. I believe it's Paramount, El Rancho, Bassett, LAUSD, Bellflower, and Green Dot Charter Schools. Got them all. And the idea of the need is obvious. Too often young people lack safe, affordable places to play. And thank you, Tina, for mentioning the partnership with AYSO. The space that we're looking to utilize and implement this build and these free programs is actually not being utilized by anybody right now, because it's a fenced off storage space for mulch and different types of community needs. We will be using half of it, and we're driven by community. So when I've spoken at length with Maria Cortez, the head of AYSO here, and we have come to an agreement where I'm going to essentially prioritize their scheduling needs so that they can be running during their operating hours, I believe of 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. And we would activate the space from ideally 2 to 6 p.m., utilizing multi-generational families. So that could really be our bread and butter between the ages of 5 and 17 years old, for free social emotional curriculum, high quality instruction, the likes of which you see families paying thousands of dollars for through organizations like Super Soccer Stars or Soccer Shots, or even going into the $10,000 to $15,000 a year routes of club soccer. We're able to mitigate all those costs through a completely funded project through our program partner, Visa. Visa's coming in with a $500,000 gift, and we've been blessed with it, and we are so fortunate to have been able to get this far along the lines in the conversation with the city of Southgate. That also is very tied into our relationship with Hollydale School and the Paramount School District, where we would also like to see daytime activations, weekly and seasonal culminations and tournaments. And yes, pressingly with the World Cup coming up, we would love to, with our partner Visa, who's going to provide financial literacy services through a converted classroom. We are going to also have a lot of activations. We're going to have viewing parties because Visa is an official partner of the World Cup. They are also going to have exclusive streaming rights to these games where we'll be able to have community events where we'll have access to those games. And all these resources that we have, we are just thrilled to share with the community of Southgate, particularly families and the youth that come with those families. So I'll move forward here. Our current programming, as I mentioned before, we're engaging over 2,000 unique participants, and over 200 of those participants come from Hollydale Elementary and Middle School. We activate underutilized space, so we're not trying to use the space that AYSO is already using, the grass space. We're really utilizing the space that was not going to be used in the first place. And when I'm approached by ASO, it's not even a frustration. It's kind of the whole point. I want to be able to create a space and do what we're doing, but also uplift the community that's already here. We have no intention of creating our own community. We would love to integrate into the community that's already here and provide a net positive in both our service and the resources that come with our infrastructure. So this is a quick detailed outline of what one of our parks look like. Ellen, is this Kansas City? Oh, this one is in Manhattan, in East Harlem? Yeah, Spanish Harlem Schoolyard. This is a kind of similar outline that we would have. It's about a 10,000 square foot footprint. There's a learning center attached, as I had mentioned, which comes with those financial literacy services. There are FIFA grade turf, 4-foot walls, 16-foot nets, integrated goal, wall, net, lighting system. The lighting system this is not an infrastructure project, so to speak. There's only one piece of this project that actually goes into the ground, which is the swinging doorway in the middle there that you can see. Everything else is essentially an installation and can be put together and taken apart like puzzle pieces. So it's a very quick process. And again, referring back to the World Cup, although this is in anticipation of such a global event, we have what has been referred to in Watts and the other communities that we've been in for the last several years. We have staying power. We have no intention of being here only through the World Cup. We would really love more than anything to integrate into the community and be here long term. Part of that plan is through community stakeholder hiring. In Watts, in Florence Firestone, in downtown LA, wherever we run our programs, we hire almost exclusively from those communities that we operate in. And then we also, with these parks initiatives, have offered opportunities through funding sources and partners that will offer more salaried positions so that these, ideally matriculated participants that come through the program, turn 18, get jobs as coaches, but then we continue to raise money so that they can have salaried careers in the field. Not everybody's going to be a professional soccer player. We'd love it. Everybody was a Lionel Messi. That would be wonderful. It's just not the case. But there are hundreds of jobs within soccer that a lot of people just don't know about, whether it's coach or manager or park manager or business development manager. There's just, the list goes on, and these parks opportunities provide all those opportunities, provide those resources and opportunities. The last part says removable walls for field play. So you can see there, you can remove those two middle sections and create a larger space. But these are generally five-a-side futsal type. And again, we'll be working very closely with Maria and AYSO to make sure that the community is served first. This is the space specifically that we're looking at, right north of the tennis courts in Hollydale Regional Park. We'll be looking at the south side of the park right there, and you can take a look just on the right side there. That's I'll keep it there for a moment so everybody can take a look. But we are planning to have the entrance be, I think, in the middle, coming up on the pathway there. And then we'll have one field towards the front end, one field next to it with a middle corridor for spectators and for, imagine 2 hockey rinks just with soccer being played and turf there. That's really what the configuration amounts to. So our steps and timeline here, Weeks 1 and 2 and 3, we grade and aggregate the site. Weeks 4, we install the turf. Weeks 5 and 6, we install the walls, goals, netting, light poles. That all takes a week. Mounting lighting fixtures, run electrical from the source to containers and poles, and then we install the clubhouse. And in weeks 6 and 7, we install temporary signage, connect electric, and we do the final punch list. But we are really looking forward to having an opening date towards the last week of April, where if we were fortunate enough to be able to get through council and get approval for the project, we would really be honored to have you all join us for a culmination and a ribbon cutting and a large ceremony where Visa will be present and their volunteers will be on the ground. And Visa, along with us, is invested in a long-term partnership. So their financial literacy program is not just tied to the services that they'll provide, but it will also be to their consistent and sustainable presence with us on site there. These are some park impact notes. You can see that across the country, individual hours of play through our community club programs, which I can't stress enough, all completely free of charge. 47,520 programs. I'm sorry, hours of programming, excuse me. We have 16,000 hours of league play, 140,800 recess and communities. You guys can read all this. But the long-term impact targets are, aside from these things that you see, you know, increased self-esteem and self-efficacy, improved relationship building skills, clear purpose and connection to opportunities. It's also attendance in school is one of the main things that we've seen. We've seen retention of participants, and these relationships build such a lasting impact within the communities that we've already seen here in Los Angeles, and that we really would just love to connect to the relationships that we already have here in Southgate. We have one park currently in development in San Diego. We have another one in the process for Altadena. Southgate and Altadena will be the first two that we're presenting in Los Angeles. We have 3 built towards the north, 2 in San Francisco, 1 in Sacramento. We have a history and a reputation of staying and of really providing these high quality services and integrating into community in organic and genuine ways that anybody that we've worked with in the past, from HACLA and LAPD to San Francisco Parks and Rec and Department of Family and Children's Services, can attest to. We are, you know, it's easy to come up here and say all these things. And I understand that groups have come up here before and talked a big game and said these things, and then they don't come through. I think you just got to look around where we are in Los Angeles County and see where we've kept our word already. And that's really what I stand on. And I will be the person that will be representing this project moving forward. I will always be open and transparent and communicative with whoever has any conversations, has any kind of hesitations about it. It's the whole reason that I got connected to ASO in the first place. I spent hours on the phone with Maria, and we ended up getting a written formal agreement from her saying that she supports this project. And we hope that, I think that's it. We hope that the board and the council here will as well. I think that's all I got. Do you all have any questions for me?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll go ahead and open it up to any member in the audience. If somebody from the audience would have any comments regarding the presentation. I know we received a letter from AYSO, but I do see the representatives of AYSO here. If you guys would like to speak on the letter that was submitted, or would you just like your letters read to the record?
Don't be shy.
And I'll also mention that there is going to be a formal agreement to follow between AYSO and Street Soccer USA to solidify that priority in scheduling, so that there's no funny business on the back end and nobody's feeling like, oh, this was said and not done. We'll do this the right way, because we really, if the community is not behind it, it fails anyway. So we want to make sure that we're going into this the completely right way, that this is a long-standing partnership that not only ASO and Street Soccer benefit from, but that the city of Southgate and the community of Hollydale Regional Park benefits from for years, if not decades to come.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and open up to any member of the audience. If somebody from the audience would like to speak, go ahead and stand up and. I'm sorry, sir. You have to speak to the mic and you have to address us. You can ask us the questions and then we'll.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak straight from the audience. Thank you. My name is Jerry. I'm a resident of here of Southgate. I'm also a retired civil servant of 33 years. I just have a question. You said the only commitment that the city of Southgate towards this program is the land?
No, tell him to finish that. No.
Sir, if you could just go ahead and ask your questions, and then once we get all the questions, we'll be able to get
Okay,
the
no, I just
response.
wanted to know if the city's commitment is only to make the land available for your program.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Good evening, Liz Ruiz. I live on Kaufman. We received this presentation a couple weeks ago at the Parks Commission. I'm currently serving as vice chair, and I have to say I was very excited to hear this opportunity coming to our city, seeing as to how we've had trouble providing space to AYSO for practice. And I think, even though it doesn't solve all the problems, it sets a good example and space to give the participants time to practice. I also hope that maybe we can learn and see how they're doing their setup, so maybe we can try and replicate that ourselves. I was really hoping that it could, maybe even expand, but I guess there's limitations on how big this feature can be. But I think it's a good start to really giving soccer space. Like I've said before, sports. I mean, I know we all know how important sports are for our community, for our students, for the development of our youth. And I think just partnering up with groups like this is a great chance for Southgate to really grow in our services. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the audience portion. Do we have any emails, Madam Clerk?
We do have an email from Mr. Mario Dominguez. He expressed concern about the impact of the proposed Street Soccer USA development in the Holydale Regional Park Master Plan, stating he does not want to lose any existing or planned park features or amenities. He said he would only support the project if it's limited to either the equestrian area or the proposed community center site. He questioned whether it would address the city's AYSO needs and emphasize that residents must ultimately benefit or the project should not move forward at all. I also have the letter from AYSO if you'd like me to read it. Or
Yes, Madam Clerk, if you could, please.
It says, to whom it may concern, on behalf of Southgate AYSO Region 652, we express our support for Street Soccer USA and the collaborative work ahead. We recognize the positive impact SSUSA has within our community, particularly in expanding access to the game, engaging youth and families, and creating meaningful opportunities for player development. AYSO is committed to working together with SSUSA to build a partnership that benefits all participants. We look forward to aligning our programs, sharing resources where appropriate, and supporting initiatives that promote safe play, community involvement, and stronger soccer environment for the youth we serve. Our organization values partnerships that reflect our mission of enriching children's lives through soccer, and we believe SSUSA's goal strongly aligns with this purpose. We are confident that our collaboration will bring significant value to the Southgate community and create new opportunities for growth, both on and off the field. We look forward to supporting Street Soccer USA and continue the positive work we have begun together. Sincerely, Maria Cortez, Regional Commissioner, Southgate AYSO, Region 652. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead and close the email portion of public comments. So just to respond to some of the questions, if you could, our resident Jerry asked regarding the only ask for the city is just the land.
That's correct. And more so, if the hours of operation of the park were to be extended per our request, we would also be providing the staffing for the opening or the closing of that park. So we wouldn't be requesting the city to add any additional staff. We would also be maintaining the bathrooms as well.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and bring it back to here to council. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Luke, first of all, thank you for making the time to come and give us this presentation.
Thank you.
Obviously, our community is the heart and soul of this city. And so I know NYSO has had a lot of issues with the lighting for the past 30 years. And it was brought to my attention last year. We were able to resolve it. So the fact that your organization is coming in, I genuinely hope that it is with the collaboration of working with AYSO. So what I will request is that before it comes to this council for a vote, is that there's already a working contract or agreement with AYSO prior to. So when you indicate the hours of operation, so what hours of operations are we talking about that street soccer will have and those that AYSO will have?
Yeah, thank you so much for your comment and question. I 100% agree that before it comes to council, we will have an agreement ready to go. Since I first spoke with Maria, I have already told her the priority here is AYSO because they are the community. And like I mentioned before, undercutting any type of community, we shoot ourselves in the foot anyway. So that's going to be a no-brainer for us. We're going to go with that signed agreement. As far as the hours of operation go, again, it's really up to Maria and the AYSO teams. From what I understand, the practices take place in the evenings between the hours of maybe 6 to 8:30, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. But she could come to me and say, you know what, we're starting at 5:30 p.m. And I'd say, okay, well then our hours are getting cut back down from 2 to 5:30. There's potential for flexibility within all of these schedules in terms of earlier in the day. I look to, like I mentioned before, activate Hollydale Elementary and Middle School for culmination events, tournaments during the school day, which usually take place around or maybe directly after school, 2:30, 3:30 p.m. But if I was to be told AYSO needs a space by 5 p.m., guess who's gone by 5 p.m.? You know, I'll have people on site doing the administrative and doing the managerial work of maintaining the space, but that space will essentially go right over to the ownership of AYSO the moment that they get there. In terms of our overall scheduling, I would love to be creative in terms of accessing a variety of different populations, whether it be infant and toddler groups who are more than prepared to provide free, high quality programming to, which we've seen science-based research around the development. My background is in childhood development and social work, and we've seen all of the amazing information and research that goes into the early childhood years between 2 and 7. So that's something that we would be prepared to do. Elderly groups, special needs groups. There are all types of non-traditional groups that think that soccer is not for them. And the way that I approach it is not yet, but come on over and we'll open it up. And that's where I think the hours of 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. could be extremely exciting to start finding creative solutions to issues that people didn't even know that they had yet until they find out that there's a game that they've been missing their entire lives.
And I do appreciate that you do work with Think Together. So I'm an educator by profession. Second master's is in counseling. So that's near and dear to me. And I see the work that Think Together does at my school district. So the fact that you have already been working with them and you're willing to collaborate with an organization that has been here for many years reassures me that we're going to be on the right track. So again, thank you so much. And I appreciate the work that you've already put in, the collaboration of working with our nonprofit organization that has been working with our youth for so many years. So thank you.
I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councilman Raul Rios.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's great that, you know, because we don't have we have the AYSO, but we don't have a lot of program staff over there. So actually, you would be the first people over there really doing things. It seems like a week, you know, during the day and so forth, and some early. So it's a good opportunity. I guess I just want to know a little bit more about, you said you were in Watts, you're in Florence Firestone, and some other neighboring. So maybe some context so we could go here, visit over there, just kind of get an idea, because they've been there, right? It's been there for a little while.
Yes, sir. So our main hub is in Watts.
Okay.
I first started our programs at the Imperial Courts Housing Development Projects on 114th and Gorman in March of 2019. And then, as we all know, less than a year later, COVID hit, and we immediately shifted over our operations to relief work by providing food service and all different types of relief aid, from galvanizing testing sites and getting transportation for people. And then as soon as we were able to partner with another nonprofit in the area, we ended up doing the virtual schooling, and we were one of the first groups back on the ground providing in-person physical activity through the City of Angels program at Imperial Courts. We then expanded into Nickerson Gardens, then Jordan Downs, and finally into Gonzac Village this last September. Though this is all within a 2 square mile area, which, if anybody's familiar with Watts, is the only way that you're really able to do that there. You can't just create one large community club due to a turbulent history. And as far as Firestone and the rest of South LA, and even up through downtown into Echo Park and up into the valley, that's mainly through our after school programs.
Very good. I just finally, how do you're a corporation or a nonprofit?
We are a registered 501c3
Yeah,
nonprofit.
because
Yeah.
where do you get your funding? Because you don't charge for, right? Or
I wake up every day and I beg people for money. No, we have, that is actually part of it. I have to fundraise and I have to write grants through a number of different major program partners with the likes of LA84, Nike, Farmer John, the list goes on. But this particular project is through a national initiative called 26 for 2026, and Visa is coming in as a major funder for this project.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing the terms of the agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for, thinking of Southgate coming in to bring in basically a light to the AYSO, because one of the issues that we've been having is that we don't have any light at Holidale, and you will be providing light for them so they can play after dark. So one of the things that I did like to hear from you is that you hire local. And I think that's really good, because the own community is the one who are working within these facilities, and they know their community. And you said that you're already working with the Paramount School District, and you're already working with Holidale, Elementary School. I mean, it's not just an elementary school, but you already have students participating on soccer. Is this at the school, or is there's a facility in Paramount?
No, yes, ma'am. We're at Holidale Elementary and Middle School with alternating seasons between the two schools, and it's on the premises of Holidale Elementary and Middle right now. But we do have plans through this Parks Initiative to work even more closely with Think Together to potentially have those programs run at this park when we start opening it up, if we're so lucky, and to potentially involve Think Together and Paramount Unified further in the development of this park.
Okay. Those are my questions. I'm very happy with the program. Looking forward to continue having conversations. But I think the most important thing here is bringing something for AYSO and other organizations that provide the services that they can use, use Holidale Park after dark. And I think that's something that we all kind of agree that we do need. Something
Yeah,
like that.
there's no doubt in my mind that that is the priority.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. And I did talk to members of AYSO, and they are very impressed with it. For staff, Rob, I was reviewing the park policies 1 through 9, and we have to update that. I was meeting with the people from AYSO. On policy 3, for example, there's no mention of soccer at all. It's got all the other programs that they exist, baseball, softball, basketball, swimming, and other things. But I kind of feel that we owe it to them to add them as an organization. They do so much for the community. I know that policy 9.2 specifically does mention AYSO, but if this organization comes in, it needs to be added as well, if that's the case. But again, I've been reviewing those policies for years, and I've always said, we got AYSO here, why aren't they added? And it's like, we got the JAA, Southgate Aquatics, and others. I guess you're in that group of others. I kind of feel uncomfortable for you on that regard. I really like the program, and I think I'm gung-ho in trying to push forward on this. But I do want to make sure that all my colleagues and members of the community know that whenever we bring an additional park, for example, there's an additional cost to us, even though it's not necessarily something that you have, that you're causing. But for example, right now, I think we're down to just 2 park rangers. How many are we supposed to have? 4? We only have 2. And then park hours there are down to dusk. We probably are going to have to add additional hours for that. And, we're going through some fiscal issues here. And I think a lot of us feel that, well, where are we going to get the money for this? It's going to cost money to operate. Well, we have to find sources of revenue. And again, we're going to be talking about this later on, but again, we sit here and we say, yeah, I'm supportive, and then later on we want to come back and cut, and that's just not something I'm interested in. I'm more in opening more services out. That's what people want. And what you bring here, I got to tell you, I coached softball for 12 years at the high school, but I would watch tryouts for soccer and basketball, and you see a lot of kids who want to play. The first ones that get on that cut list are those that have zero experience whatsoever. And what your program will do is we'll start preparing, just like AYSO, they're preparing the next generation of soccer players for the high schools. And when we go out, like when I coached at the high school, when we go out and compete, we go out and compete against communities, against high schools that live in communities that have so much money. They have, even for their teams, they have nutritionists. We don't have that. We just get fast food for the kids, and that's it. They have all kinds of individual coaches for defense, individual coaches for pitching, individual coaches for hitting, for base running. It's just a bunch of us that get together and we do what we can. And so again, bringing a program like yours in will be very, very helpful to a community. So again, I know I threw some things there that sounded negative, but I got to tell you, we are facing a fiscal issue. You bring in something that's not going to cost us anything based on what you run, but it will add additional need for park rangers and that sort of thing. I do have a question though. There's really nothing out there in terms of providing like snacks and things like that. Do you have any plans on having some sort of opportunity like for a snack bar or anything like that?
Not necessarily a snack bar, though. Again, the space for creativity is vast. So within our own internal budget, we have a social services line item that covers the cost of footwear for participants who don't have adequate footwear, for waters, Gatorades, and snacks for all of our participants. This is all baked into the initial budget that's going to be operating in the Holiday Regional Park, Southgate, Street Soccer USA Park, hopefully. So say that we have these funds to bring in snacks every day for practice, and there is an interest or a community interest of somebody who wants to run a local snack bar, and they come to me with approval from this council to put something there, we would be able to provide everything necessary for that snack bar. It would just be a matter of what space would we use for that snack bar. It would maybe be a table, but to your crux of your question, we have the funding to provide any type of food, beverage, and other types of resources that pertain to the game and to any type of equitable and healthy space to be operating. We're trying to level the playing field here,
Yes.
and we have the opportunity to do so. And so we're very excited.
And thank you for that response. And again, maybe that would be an opportunity for AYSO to be considered for raising funds for their program through snack bar opportunities there with you. But again, I think the takeaway is that we got to look at the impact to the park ranger operation, because we can't have an operation out there that, and I know tonight's the night, not, at least right now is not the night for a lot of dialogue on that, but we will need security out there. But the other issue, the thing that I started off with, we have policies 1 through 9. The last time they were updated was in 2009, in April of 2009. And it's way off. It's got a lot of information on there. I kind of sort of forwarded that to Tina. But like I told her, I don't give you direction. I just drop something on you, tell you what it is, and then you get direction from Rob. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, I would just like to echo what my council members have said, that this is a very exciting opportunity for the community, and I am always a believer that sports is a great avenue to be able to bring youth to a lot of opportunities in life, right? I'm a product of a program, the Southgate Junior Athletic Association, that I was raised in as a kid, and I'm here as the mayor of the city. 30 years later, from being able to participate in those sports, and what has taught me, and the lessons that I've learned, and also beyond that.
Hey.
Yeah, well, Gil was a coach there. I won't say he was my fan, but I will say, I'm a strong believer of what you wrote here for the long-term impact targets, right? Improving physical and mental health, increasing the self-esteem and self-efficiency, improving relationships and building skills, right? I think those are important things that we always forget about, of what the value of sports really is in a community like ours, and what it's able to provide to students and to the youth in our neighborhoods. So any opportunity that we have to protect our youth organizations and our youth sport programs is a priority, because not having them puts our children at risk for mental health issues. They're 10 times more likely to use drugs than if they were playing sports, and than if they weren't playing sports, than if they were playing sports. So there's so much that we can learn from the idea that sports in youth groups matter, and how they're important in the discussion when we talk about, what type of cuts or what type of budget restraints we want to make sure we're having on this. But I'm very proud that you guys brought this to us. I'm very happy that we were willing to partner with our AYSO group, because I think this would be a great opportunity for that park specifically, but also for the AYSO and our community at a whole. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm humbled. Have a great night.
Thank you. So I'll bring it back to council. Anybody would like to provide guidance or just move forward? Okay.
I'll second that.
Do we need to make a motion for that? Or you just,
It's just presentation at a special meeting, so that's good enough direction. We'll bring back that. We'll look at the policies as mentioned. We're also had numerous discussions about the limits of our budgets, and the fact that we've got assurances that in the event, as we mentioned, that we would be looking at the park opening longer than its normal time. That section of the park probably only, say if it was open later, they're offering to provide a security personnel person to cover that. So we wouldn't have to take that on in the short term, and try to make sure there is no fiscal impact of any of this product. So we are looking into that. And then of course, this isn't answering all the needs in the community. So given our limited budgets, this would be, I think, an augmentation. And then down the road, if we get a better fiscal future, then we can look at things like, more lighting on the grass areas and more of a broad solution. But, certainly this sounds optimistic. We'll bring back the agreement in the next short while for your review.
yes, and And thank you to staff for, going out and identifying this opportunity, and thank you again for making your presentation. Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, closed session?
Item number 1, conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C, 54956.9D14A, Tomas Baba versus City of Southgate et al. B. Gloria Maribel Ramos Diaz, Gal for Aranza Maribel Ramirez Ramos versus City of Southgate, County of Los Angeles et al. C. Maria de Rosario Gonzalez versus City of Southgate et al. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and open it up to any member of the audience. If any member of the audience has any comments regarding the closed session items that we're about to discuss in closed session, you can go ahead and come up. Seeing none. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney, anything you would like to?
Mr. Mayor, I just indicate that the item 1A, the Tomas Baba case, is a car versus pedestrian accident not involving the city. Item number 2, the Gloria Maribel Ramos Diaz is a car accident matter, car to car, involving a city vehicle. And item number 1C, the Maria del Rosario Gonzalez matter is a slip on a city sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and go to closed session. Thank you. We'll be right back. Our colleagues come back from closed session. Thank you all for being here. Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and get started. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to report back, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In closed session, the City Council discussed the case of Tomas Baba versus City of Southgate, discussed the case of Gloria Maribel Ramos Diaz versus City of Southgate, and also discussed that Maria del Rosario Gonzalez versus City of Southgate. Case number one, the Baba case, that was a car versus pedestrian accident not involving a city vehicle. Case number two, the Ramos case, was a vehicular collision involving a city vehicle. And in case number three, it's a claimed injury involving a city sidewalk. On each one of those cases, there was a vote taken. Item number 1A, Tomas Baba, on a motion made by Councilmember Hurtado and seconded by Councilwoman Davila. The vote was 5-0 to authorize the defense of that matter. Item 1B, the Ramos Diaz case, that was a motion made by, item 1A, the motion was made by Councilmember Rios, seconded by Councilwoman Pilad. The vote there was 5-0, Vice Mayor Rios. 1B, Gloria Maribel Ramos Diaz, that motion was made by Councilmember Hurtado, seconded by Councilwoman Davila. That vote was 5-0. And lastly, the Maria del Rosario case, that was a motion made by Councilwoman Davila, seconded by Councilmember Hurtado, and that also was a 5-0 vote. No other matters were discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience if you'd like to respond to or bring up a comment regarding anything on closed session. Seeing none, go ahead and close public comments and go ahead and adjourn our special council meeting. Madam Clerk, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead and start the Southgate City Council regular meeting agenda for Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. It is now, 6:39. Madam Clerk?
The invocation by Tina De La Rosa, Acting Director of Parks.
Please stand. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight and we just thank you for the opportunity to gather here this evening and for the privilege of being able to serve the city as leaders. We're grateful for the trust that you've placed in us, and we ask that you help us to be good and faithful stewards of the responsibility that you've given us. Just be with us and give us the wisdom and guidance as every decision is made this evening, Lord, and just may it be to the best of our ability as we serve this community. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Manny, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please continue standing. Place our beautiful flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, tenemos audífonos. Mantenga su mano arriba para que se le dé un audífono. Ok. Por favor, mantenga su mano arriba. Ok, gracias. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios. I'm sorry? Your mic on?
Present.
Councilmember Avalos?
Present.
Councilmember Davila?
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz?
Present.
City Manager Houston?
Present.
City Attorney Salinas?
Present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead and go to presentation. Item number 1.
The City Council will consider receiving and filing a presentation on Southgate's budget status and the components required to be completed to design a utility users tax measure. A, adopting a resolution declaring a fiscal emergency. B, adopting a resolution calling a special election requesting the LA County Board of Supervisors to authorize LA County Register Recorder/County Clerk to render all services necessary to conduct the election, allow for ballot arguments and an impartial analysis, and review the draft ordinance for vote consideration of the utility users tax. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead and pass it over to our City Manager, Robert Houston.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, community members. Tonight's an important night. We've been having an ongoing dialogue with the community, with our leaders and internally to talk about the fiscal overview and the future of the city, the services we offer, and the finances we need to offer to provide those services. Before Christmas, we went into more detail and talked about the serious conditions of our finances and the gaps that we have, and opened a dialogue about what are the options we might have of how to resolve that gap. We are going to give a brief overview to refresh that conversation on the fiscal state of our budget. We are going to preview specific cuts that would be required to balance our budget going into our new fiscal year, which starts in July of this year, to bridge the over $9 million gap that we have in our budget. And we will have that presentation done by individual department heads who will preview the service impacts that going down that route will have. We will also then have a discussion about a revenue option that was brought up before Christmas and asked to be brought back in more detail tonight, which is something called a utility users tax. And we'll give an overview of how those taxes work, where they're used, how they would operate if put before the voter. And that would summarize then the presentation we'll have. And just to clarify what council's actions might be tonight or would be within their realm to vote on. Step 1 would be to look at the state of our finances and determine, do we have something that would classify as a fiscal emergency? So the council could decide to vote yes or no on that. The second step would be, is there a desire to place a utility users tax measure on the June 2026 ballot? This would then put that decision of whether to have a utility users tax to the voter. So the community members are the ones that make that choice, not the council nor the staff. So what council is not voting on tonight or would ever vote on is whether to impose the tax. It's simply offering it to the ballot. The community makes that call. And then the idea of if there's a decision, say, to look at spending cuts, we're just introducing a recommended plan, but the actual budget would be something that would come into place in July. So there'd be many months before we'd actually get to a point of hammering out specifics on the cuts. We're just previewing the breadth and severity of what potentially could be those cuts. So with that overview, if that makes sense, we'll plunge through the conversation, have the presentation, including the department heads. But first, I'll pass it over to our Administrative Service Director, Louis Frosto, to talk about the financial state of our city budget. Louis?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. So why are we here? For those that have seen versions of this presentation before, none of this will be new, but for those that haven't, this is essentially a summary. The city is in a structural budget deficit. By structural, I mean that the expenditures outpace the revenues that are anticipated to come in. There is a projected gap between $8 and $9.4 million this coming fiscal year. The one-time solutions that the city has depended on in years past, like ARPA and this current year reserves, are nearly exhausted. If new revenue is not found to fill this funding gap, then service cuts will need to begin in July of this year for the new budget term. We are in the process of developing two budgets. One budget will assume no new funding, and the cuts that we will go over tonight are what we're incorporating in what would be a proposed budget for the council's consideration. So what's driving the deficit? We have a couple of costs here that just continue to grow. This version of the table has been shown before, but what I did here is I condensed it down to really three columns that I think are valuable to look at. When you look at unfunded pension liability costs, health insurance costs, workers' comp or general liability insurance costs, and the cost for the street lighting and landscaping, if you look at the fiscal year 19-20 costs, that was $11.9 million. If you look at those same four categories in fiscal year 25-26, those same costs are now about $22.7 million. That's a growth of about $10.8 million. These are costs that are largely outside of our control, and these are not costs that Southgate alone has. These are struggles that municipalities near us, far from us, are all experiencing. As a city, we have fixed revenues, and so as we get these cost increases hitting our budget, it starts really impacting operations. This summarizes that in a visual way. You have your beginning cost in fiscal year 19-20 in these areas of 11.9, jumping to 22.7, resulting in that 10.8 figure I just talked about. That's a 90% change in that span. And these costs continue to grow. So as a recap, where does our money come from? So we don't control most of the taxes that residents pay. These constraints limit our ability to solve the deficit with existing tools. We can't just go and raise property taxes or sales taxes. For different reasons, the property taxes is written into law. We get 6.15 cents per dollar. And on the sales tax, we have the Bradley Burns portion and also the Southgate measure that gets us $2 per $100 in expenditures or sales that occur in our city. This is why most cities rely on multiple revenue sources. Property taxes and sales taxes alone cannot fund modern city services. So where does that money go? So sales tax and property tax and fees, all this money gets put into our general fund. And the general fund is what we use to operate most city services. 55.6% of our general fund goes to police, and it just flows down from there. 16.5% to parks, 9% to public works, 8.2% to community development, 3.4% to admin services, and so on. There's not a large unused portion of our general fund that we don't use, and there's definitely not a large piece that we can just cut out without impacts. So this is, I think, you, right?
Thanks, Louis. So when we look at this, we're describing a trend in many expenses beyond our control going up way faster than the cost of living, than inflation, than revenue growth. Revenue growth is averaging around 3% a year. You saw those 4 key indicators that were brought up, averaging in the 20% to 25% a year. That's not sustainable. And as mentioned before, cities all around us are hitting this same difficulty. So it leads to having to make tough decisions. We have 2 options. One is to try to find new revenue to fill that gap and maintain all our current services. If that isn't found, then the option would be to cut our expenditures to match our revenue, which means significant reductions in our budget. This is in the neighborhood of 15% through the departments. So that's tough. So we wanted to be able to outline so that we're all clear what that level of cut means when it comes to services. So we're going to have a description by department. So we have our department directors here, for those that don't come to this meeting much, that oversee those blue boxes: police, community development, public works, parks, recreation, human resources, admin services, and police. So we'll have them all explain their portion of these cuts, how that would impact services, because ultimately the vast majority of our services are done by staff that are people. So there isn't a way to just reduce paper or pens. It gets down to real people, real services. So with that, we've got a chart here to show that we took a $9.4 million target for reductions and had to break that up within departments based on the size of the departments. And it results in cuts in each department, some of them very large, like you see in police, $3.4 million. Of course, they have the largest budget. Small amounts in small budget areas, but still can be significant. When you have a tiny budget, you have a $200,000 or a $300,000 cut, it could still be 20% of your budget, and you're trying to figure that out. So each director took their turn to figure out a solution. But overall, this would result in positions we currently have, many of them filled with people, 32 full-time positions reduced and cut out of the budget, as well as 11 part-time positions. Now, this is 11 part-time positions as described by 40-hour positions, but this would likely be in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 part-time staff, many of them in our parks and recreation programs that fill key roles, as well as the 32 positions. So this is real positions, real people, real cuts that result in reduced service. So that, with that overview, I'm going to pass it now to our first director to describe the impact of this proposed budget reduction to the police department. Chief Manning.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. My name is Manny Lorana, and I'm the Chief of Police, and I'm going to talk about what it means for the police department and public safety if we were to reduce our police budget by $3.4 million. In being able to accomplish this cut, that means that we would have to reduce key personnel. We would have to eliminate community programs and events. We will have to reduce useful investigative technology. We would have to reduce our patrol overtime budget, which, in my opinion, will have long-term impacts to public safety and services. Crime will increase, and these effects will be felt across all operations of our police department. Now, when we talk about eliminating 5 police officers' positions and eliminating overtime, what it really means is that we would have to go down from our staffing levels of from 86 to 81. Before I continue, I would like to explain that according to the national standard for police agencies, police departments should staff 1 police officer per 1,000 residents ratio. That means in the city of Southgate, we should have 100 officers working for the police department. However, we only have 86. We are budgeted at 86. With this new cut in personnel, we would only have 81 police officers. So that shows you that we are already understaffed. What does that mean? Well, that means less officers on each shift. Our response time to crime in progress or emergencies will increase. Reports will take longer to be completed by our police officers. Less time to spend with community when responding to calls for service. Critical incidents will take longer to resolve, and we will no longer be able to respond to certain calls for service, especially those calls that involve disturbances or nuisance when there's no crime or there's no victims. We will also not respond to traffic collision accidents when there are no injuries. Other impacts that we would have to, or cuts that we would have to do to meet the cut of the $3.4 million include no more crossing guard programs. Currently, our crossing guard program staffs 48 persons that are responsible for 37 locations or intersections, I should say, at 18 schools. Now, when we lose our crossing guard program, not only are we losing the ability to help children cross the street safely during arrival and dismissal times, but we lose the eyes and ears for the schools during school hours. Oftentimes, we get a lot of calls from the crossing guards to report suspicious activities in or around the schools, so we will lose that. No more body-worn camera. Now, this limits our ability to record and collect evidence. This will expose the city to liability because we will no longer be able to defend claims that come to our city. Oftentimes, when claims come in, we're able to review our body-worn cameras and be able to see exactly what was said or what was done, and we're able to defend some of those claims. No more license plate reading system. This is license plate systems that we have and cameras that we have throughout the city. And these cameras help us to identify armed and dangerous vehicles that come through our city. And that's an officer safety aspect. But also limits our ability to investigate crimes when someone commits a crime in Southgate and they leave our city. And with this system, it's easier for us to track the suspects, and it helps us solve those crimes. No more CSI and crime analysis support. By not having CSI, and these are crime scene investigators, we lose the ability to process scenes. And I'm talking about crime scenes, traffic accident scenes, fatal traffic accident scenes. These people are highly trained to be able to collect, be able to document and then collect evidence and process evidence. And since we won't have them, we would have to rely on other officers or other detectives to come in and assist in processing crime scenes, which will cause investigations to be delayed. Now, when it comes to our crime analysis program, by losing that program, we lose the ability to be able to use data and analyze analyze data to be able to predict where crime is taking place. And so it limits our ability to be able to deploy our resources to those areas where crime is expected to take place. You go to the next. By reducing the budget, it's going to force us to have to reduce the time for the records window or the public desk for people to come in and get information from the police department or be able to buy reports. A lot of times reports are needed for insurance purposes. It will delay the hours or the ability for people to be able to pick up releases for vehicles that are in the impound. And so what it really means is that if we close the window on weekends and reduce the hours on weekdays, someone who might be able or who might not be able to get their car release on Friday will have to wait until Monday, and that means that they're going to accrue additional charges at the tow yard. So the expense will be higher for that individual. With this limited budget, it's going to be very difficult for the police department to support big community events, major community events during the holidays, to include the parade, the Christmas parade, 4th of July activities, and the street fair, and other events that take place throughout the year. It would be very difficult also to continue to host and events that are designed to improve our communication and engagement with our community. And I'm talking about events like community events, business events, school events, no more school presentations, no neighborhood watch program, and the programs that we do during the holidays when it comes to like the giveaways of toys and food. So to summarize, if we were to do this budget cut, what that means for the police department is that we will have less officers, less community programs, and less investigative technology. And that would all result in increased response to emergencies. Right now, our average is 3 minutes, 59 seconds. I'm afraid that with this cut, our response time will increase to 5.5 to 6 minutes. Crime will increase. Investigations will take longer. Service to the public will decrease. Community events will be eliminated. Our children will be exposed to traffic dangers. And what's more concerning to me is that this will decrease the morale of our personnel, which could result in some of our officers leaving to other departments that are financially stable. This proposed cut really compromises the quality of life for everyone in Southgate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Just to interject slightly, that's some tough talk, some tough decisions, and to understand the lens there. We don't have we have a very lean budget to start with. As mentioned, we're running well below averages of many surrounding cities that, you know, we should have 100 officers for the size of our city. We're already at 86, trying to be lean. Then we have to take a $3.4 million out of that. We have core safety levels we have to preserve first for major crimes. The minimum amount of officers we can have on a shift to make sure there's backup and safety. When we fund that, we fund our 911 dispatch callers. We start taking the core services, and once they're kind of paid for, then it's what's left. And although all the stuff listed here is really important, and it kills us to think about community events going and all these other items, they're all that's left. So if we don't pick the things that are listed there and we still try to find the funds, we start dipping into core officers on the street or 911 dispatchers, which we can't do for safety purposes. There's nothing else in their budget. So just understand the lens there. This isn't whimsical. This has taken months of us trying to find some way, and it's tough. So we'll transition now to my office, which is much, much smaller, and I'll go very quickly here and we'll keep moving along. So the city manager has a small office. That's myself directly. In order to do a share of the cuts, which needs to happen for all departments, there'd have to be a 20% reduction in support staff. We'd have to eliminate lobbyist support we get to help us in Sacramento and Washington. We currently contribute $50,000 to the Southgate Chamber of Commerce. And for that, it helps maintain their chamber, but also they put on the Christmas parade. They put on the State of the City as well as some other events. That means those events cease. We provide food to help our community meetings that we might hold with schools and other agencies. We would have to eliminate that. We do a lot of community social media. We have extra funding we use to help bump some of those stories to get more readership. We'd have to reduce that. We do conference and training budgets for staff in my office, plus myself. We'd greatly reduce that. And then we have a lot of professional memberships to try to stay attached to other agencies to learn. And that's, again, as we're trying to preserve the core, things like that we'll have to reduce for a total budget cut of $310,000. I'll pass it on to the city clerk, who also would be affected by the budget, and she could outline cuts in her office.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. In my office, we would have a 33% reduction in support staff. We would eliminate the passport services that we provide currently. We would reduce staff to review agenda reports and prepare council meetings. We would have a reduced staff to handle elections. We would also have a reduced staff to respond to public records requests, and that's very important. So we have a limited time to process those, and that would suffer. We would definitely lose City Hall receptionists, and we would be changing our current minutes from summary to action in order to save some time. Our total budget cut would be $83,400. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pass you over to Lewis and the administrative services.
So administrative services, a couple of things that we're doing. We looked at all of our positions in the city, particularly the positions in administrative services and the positions in human resources. Both departments are what we would consider internal service departments. And we shifted some funding from general fund to enterprise funds for about 10 positions in my department. Those positions that supported the enterprise-related activities were a small percentage of their budget is proposed actually to be reallocated. We're reducing the professional services line item that we use for consulting services by $50,000. That has its impacts. We use this money for specialized consulting support, especially for our accounting when it comes to specialized expertise that we need, particularly for grants, complex transactions, and technical accounting. We're proposing the elimination of our business license inspector position. This has an immediate impact to quality of life for the community. Compliance shifts to remote. Right now, we contracted out with HDL to handle our business licensing, but we would have no physical presence to be able to enforce our business licensing ordinance. We would be relying on code enforcement and community development to do enforcement. But as you'll hear in the upcoming slides, they are also going to be proposing a reduction in code enforcement of, I think, 50%. Also proposing an elimination of a position in accounts payable, which will likely increase processing time for vendors and payments and reimbursements. The same position also supports accounts receivable, which supports our revenue and the posting of our revenue to our general ledger. And so the total reduction in the admin services is $459,285.
Thank you, Lewis. I'll now hand it over to John Hamilton, our HR director.
Good evening, council, members of the audience. The Human Resources Department had to take a look at reducing about 260,000. We hit about 290. But the manner in which we had to do this was we're cutting some training dollars for citywide personnel. Then we are reducing our ERC, which is our Employee Recognition Committee events budget. We're cutting that in half. And then the majority of my way that I could cut in my department is a complete reorganization. So currently Human Resources has two divisions: personnel, which manages the recruiting and the benefits and the personnel side. And then the other side is risk management, which handles liability, workers' compensation, insurance, that side. And in doing that, we would have to eliminate a position. I would eliminate the entire division and reorganize staff in a way which would ultimately result in an apportionment of those duties across all members within the Human Resources Department. What this is ultimately going to do is with the reduction of the money that we were going to be putting into the ERC, which focuses on citywide employee morale, it's important to note that these budget reduction cuts are impacting the stability of our employee population. Our employee population is who provides the services. And we have some really wonderful employees here, and they're the ones that are able to provide the level of service that the community is accustomed to. So with reducing morale, we're going to have likely a higher turnover rate, which means we normally have a certain percentage of employees that will leave for retirement or better opportunities elsewhere. That is expected to increase now with the impacts on morale that this may have, meaning that we could end up losing some good employees to provide services that we may have to cut even further because of lack of personnel, and also reducing by eliminating the risk management division and combining everything together, meaning that my staff and I will be carrying a much bigger burden. We're going to have to eliminate some of the proactive risk management function that we do, which is where we go out and we anticipate things. Like we go to events and we inspect and we look for things that may pop up. We're going to have to eliminate that, which ultimately is going to result in the city likely having greater exposure to liability claims. And that's the human resources cuts in a nutshell.
Thank you, John. We'll move to Public Works. Public Works Director Art Cervantes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So for those who don't know, the Public Works Department manages the city's infrastructure. That includes major assets like our streets, parks, water system, and more. We do that through two major divisions, the engineering division and the field operations division. We're currently staffed with 99 FTEs and have a budget of $120+ million. That's just a background. I'm proposing a $1.46 million budget cut, which doesn't seem like a lot, but is actually pretty impactful because the large majority of the Public Works Department is funded through restricted funds. The amount of general fund that we're using is very small, only $7+ million. So that 1.46 impacts $7 million plus, and so our programs you'll see that the impact to our programs are significant. I'm proposing this change through a restructuring, a change in operations, and a cutting of services. I've got 2 slides. I'm going to go through this one pretty quickly. This is more of the logistics side of it. I'll spend a little more time on the next slide, which is the impacts to the community. So firstly, I'm proposing that we eliminate 7 full-time positions. I say seasoned positions. What does that mean? These are higher level positions that require seasoned individuals to fill them. Those are costlier positions, so we would eliminate 7 of those, and we would create lower level positions. In one case, we're creating 4 entry level positions instead, or we're merging positions, so we're losing positions. The majority of that impacts the engineering division. So we would have to restructure the engineering division. Currently, we operate with 3 divisions within. We would reduce that down to 2 divisions that would be largely staffed with lower level positions. So you're sort of flipping the engineering division on its head. You're going from a division that has seasoned individuals to one that is managed by a few seasoned individuals and a bunch of entry-level positions. We would, through that restructuring, we would increase our focus to our water engineering program. That is good for the water engineering section, meaning we have a water system. Our water system would get more time and attention from engineers. But what that allows us to do, it allows us to divert a general fund expenditure over and transfer it over to the water fund. However, that also takes away from all of the activity that is non-water, right? Which is more than 90% of our programs. So the engineering division would largely not be focusing on things like pursuing grant applications or dedicating more time to non-water functions. Then there are changes to operations like reducing the tree trimming program from a 4-year cycle to a 5-year cycle, which I'll explain in the next slide, as well as eliminating budget for a park maintenance program, which we had envisioned to enhance this year because we've constructed 3 new parks. I'll cover that a little more in this next slide here. So these are this slide has all of the service cuts that are the result of all of the changes that I just talked about. The first, the Public Works Department operates a graffiti removal program 7 days a week. We remove graffiti within 24 hours after it is reported. My proposal here would be to eliminate graffiti removal on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and reduce our crews from 4 a day to 2 one-person crews per day. So the impact of that is over the weekend, the community catches on. Those folks that know that graffiti isn't being removed on weekends, they will see a lot more graffiti on the weekend. We would not be able to remove it within 24 hours. On Mondays, we'd struggle to catch up. We'd have less crews, and so it's just a compounding issue. We just, in short, we'd have more graffiti throughout the city. So there'd be an increase in blight, potential increase in crime. Graffiti breeds more graffiti, which tigers crossing each other out, that can also lead to higher crime. The Public Works Department maintains the infrastructure on our municipal parks. We've just constructed 3 new parks. We reconstructed 2 parks and constructed 1 new park, and that's the Urban Orchard. We had budgeted an enhanced maintenance program. These parks have more complex infrastructure within them, like our playgrounds require more detailed attention. So we would eliminate that budget. We would not only would we not enhance our program, we'd actually reduce the quality. We'd have less staff to cover all of the parks. So our maintenance levels would be lower. The repair times are an issue. That's pretty significant when it comes to playground. You have your slides that are down or swings that can't be repaired timely. So we start creating a lot of long-term maintenance issues. And more than anything, we've invested nearly $45 million in our 3 new parks. So that is at stake. We would, on Tweedy Mile, we've spent many years attempting to improve Tweedy Mile in a number of ways. One of those was the installation of the decorative lights on the street trees. So our proposal here would be to remove that. Those cost us approximately $62,000 a year. So that would become savings. Not something that we want to do. It's just something that we're looking for that would have the least impactful impact on our community. We would also look to cut tree maintenance. We've got more than 15,000 street trees throughout the city, and some of these are really large trees. Our trees, over the years, we've seen how they can be impacted by the natural elements during the difficult weather conditions. Trees fall, branches fall. Sometimes they're falling on homes and they're crushing cars, and we've seen that over the years. We've invested a lot more money in the recent past to bring that to a minimum. Our proposal here would be to increase the tree or reduce tree maintenance from a 4-year cycle to a 5-year cycle. At the end of the day, that would result in more claims, definitely during difficult weather conditions. That would result in of likely trees falling or branches falling. We also in Public Works maintain our electrical infrastructure. That's important for infrastructure like our street lights, our traffic signals, and what have you. We're in an older city. We've just celebrated our 100 years, which is great, but it's not so great when some of our infrastructure is just as old. So we would be proposing to, in essence, reduce staffing, which means our street lights, when they go out, they would be out for a longer period of time. We definitely impacted by a lot of vandalism. We've invested, just the superintendent and I were talking today, we've probably spent about $300,000 in a single year just through all of the vandalism. So we would be reducing staffing levels, which wouldn't help us keep our lights on. I mentioned the restructuring of the engineering division through all those changes in staffing that we would do. That is a really significant impact. It's not one that is visible out in the community. And sometimes when things aren't happening, people don't necessarily notice that they're not happening. But we've spent the last 5 years securing $43 million in grants and nearly $100 million in grants through this engineering division. And we're sort of undoing the division and creating a more entry-level environment that is going to make it really difficult to continue to do that. Last year alone, we've probably completed a total of $60 million in projects through our parks projects, our street projects, Tweety Mile, and what have you. And all of that is thanks to the engineering team. In this restructuring, we would really slow down our ability to deliver projects. And then comes risks. It's $100 million in investments. There's the risk of change orders. We don't like change orders, and that's just something that becomes an issue. So the last item is just a few other things that would be cut. I didn't intend to cover that, but I thought I'd put it up there. So that would amount to our $1.46 million in budget cuts.
Thank you, Art. We have two more departments. Appreciate everyone's patience, but $9.2 million is a lot of reductions, and so we want to do a service in actually describing them so everyone's aware of how that would possibly work if we did have to do it this way. And I'll pass it now to Gabe Perez, our Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. So for the Community Development Department, I'm a newer director at the city. One of the things that I told Rob coming on board, I would want the Community Development Department to be a first-class, high-performing organization within the city. That becomes very difficult to do when we don't have all the resources to be able to do that. For this cut, we're looking at $1 million, $117,000 cut, which would include, the only way to do that is actually to cut staff. What that would involve is a 40% reduction in building division support staff, 50% reduction in planning division support staff, 50% reduction in code enforcement support staff. So all these three divisions have an interface with the public, where the public is trying to get assistance from us here at City Hall. In addition to that, would include freezing clerical staff, which we've currently have done. There isn't no clerical staff within the Community Development Department, reducing conference and training budgets for staff, and eliminating professional memberships. Next slide. So what that would mean, so in terms of 40% reductions to the building division, what you would see is longer times to be able to respond to calls, emails, and counter inquiries. So some of you have been to the lobby, you'll see people that are waiting. Those waits could extend to about an hour and a half under a scenario with budget reductions. And to me, that's not an acceptable wait period for the public. Inspections wouldn't be next day. They would actually move to 3 to 4 days wait for inspection. So definitely be challenged. This would affect the permits that are issued. So those would be delayed as well. As far as reductions to the planning division, that reduction being 50%, that would also affect our assistants at the counter answering calls and emails. But what that would also mean is that permits and development projects, those timeframes would increase. So for example, like a drive-through that we'd like to get, through the process, or new restaurant through planning commission, ideally with 6 months, that would extend potentially up to a year. And to me, that would be unacceptable. As far as code enforcement reductions, that would be a 50% reduction. Currently, we're only operating with 2 full-time code enforcement officers and 2 part-time code enforcement officers. And under this scenario, if we were fully staffed, we would actually experience a 50% reduction under these cuts. What that would mean is also reduction in us being able to respond to requests. So sometimes people from the public might expect one day or next day turnaround for responding to complaints. That would change to potentially 7 to 10 days. We would freeze clerical staff, as I mentioned, but that affects our department efficiencies. And then we would cut memberships, also cut training, and that affects our ability to promote business attraction for the city and future revenue generation. So what would that mean? So in terms of economic development, there would definitely be new business response impacts. So if they knew it takes a lot longer to get permits in Southgate, a lot of businesses are going to look to the cities that it's easier to do business. And we want to be that city where it's easier to do business. In terms of existing business support impacts, so existing businesses that want to stay competitive, they want to expand, it's going to be more difficult for us to be able to provide the permits in a timely manner that we would expect. So an example of that would be like FHC. They were an existing business that wanted to expand into a new building. They felt comfortable doing that here in the city of Southgate because of the service that they could get. As far as homeowners, how homeowners would feel this, homeowners that are trying to get permits for like their ADUs or remodels, that would be delayed because if they're waiting at the lobby or they're trying to get permits, they're gonna have to have extended timeframes for those approvals, as well as getting inspections for those permits. Code enforcement, code enforcement has a very important role in terms of dealing with quality of life issues. So what we would experience is potentially reduced property values and some neighborhood decline because code enforcement isn't able to respond to these complaints as quickly as they do today. As far as future community improvement planning, so in the planning division, a lot of the stuff that comes out of planning is what you see out in the city. So we design what the future of the city is going to look like. There's a lot of opportunities to plan around the future rail stations. That becomes more difficult to do. Planning our corridors, that allows us to stay competitive, economically competitive with our surrounding cities. Also affects our ability to clean up our code and then just be able to be more efficient in our processes. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Gabe. I'll pass it for our last department to go over our Parks and Rec department with our Director Tina. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So tonight, I'm going to be going over our budget reduction presentation for Parks and Recreation. Currently, we have about a $15.6 million budget with a $2.3 million reduction for fiscal year 26-27. Of that, 1 million of it would be in reduction in support staff, and another 1.3 million would be a reduction in services, programs, and events. So what does that look like for Parks and Recreation? What I did was I broke it down into seasons or quarters, if you may. So basically, this 4th of July 2026 would potentially be our last 4th of July event here in the city of Southgate. And once the city relinquishes the position with the Carnival and Firework Company, we go to the back of the line, and it's a fairly lengthy list of cities who are seeking to host 4th of July events. So as a result, the city would unlikely be able to secure a carnival or fireworks show in future years on the 4th of July. Also, with our JAA tournament travel teams and their second baseball and softball seasons, that would be eliminated, which would impact over 1,000 youth within the community. Also, their basketball season would also be canceled. Their second season would be canceled, impacting about 250 youth. With the closure of the golf course, year-round closure of the golf course on Mondays and Tuesdays, not only would that impact hundreds of community members who utilize the golf course regularly on those days, but it would also impact 2 of our Southgate high schools that use that facility to practice and compete in their games. Potentially, it may even disband them if they can't find another location to utilize. One of our big cuts here is also the elimination of the entire cultural arts division, which would impact the community by canceling youth, teens, adults, and senior classes that are held out of the cultural arts division and impacting about 300 community members. Not only that, we would also be eliminating the quarterly art exhibits that currently bring in about 800 community members and about 120 artists from submitting their work at these exhibits. The ever popular annual art walk events would be eliminated, and that would be impacting 500 people who attend, as well as 70 exhibitors, artists, and collaborators. And the closure of the museum would eliminate access for nearly 500 visitors who visit annually and come in to learn about the rich culture and the history of Southgate. So as we move down to our fall season, we would be closing the pool for approximately 6 months, from October to April. And a 6-month pool closure would have a tremendous impact on the community. There's over 46,000 youth, teens, adults, and seniors who would be affected during that 6-month period. And I'll break down that 46,000 number right now. So approximately 30,000 community members would lose access to recreational swim, lap swim, and community swim hours. The signature events like Patty's Pumpkin Plunge, the Surfing with Santa, and the Easter Splash would also be canceled, impacting about 500 community members. There would be approximately 2,500 residents who would be unable to participate in swim lessons during the closure. And swimming is a critical life skill that we'd not be able to provide during that time. There would be 250 seniors who would not be able to participate in the aquatic therapy program, that they rely on those services because they need the low impact exercise for health and mobility, as many of them are unable to utilize a regular gym setting. The South Central Swim League that utilizes our facility to host approximately 4,800 swimmers during the fall, winter, and spring would be unable to do that as well. USA Swimming, who are partners with us, they also host swim meets, and they host approximately 3,000 swimmers during the fall and winter seasons. And then Southeast and Legacy high schools would potentially be forced to disband their swim programs or find alternative facilities for practices and meets, because we are their home site for their practices and games. And there's 3 aquatic swim teams: the Sharks, the Marlins, the Penguins, who serve approximately 200 swimmers a day, and 5,000 swimmers during the fall and spring meets would be shut down, would be required to shut down or relocate for half the year. The next thing is the park would go dark from October through February, which means there's no lighting for any of our outdoor facilities, our basketball courts, pickleball, tennis, baseball, and softball fields. So that would impact the adult softball and baseball teams by 1,700 adults who utilize those tournaments or those games. And then for those of you who've been to Southgate Park, you know how busy the outdoor basketball courts are, the tennis courts are, and the pickleball courts as well. And so all of those facilities would be not usable without any lighting out there. And then in addition, we also have the elimination of some popular events like the Children's Christmas Lane Parade, Winter Wonderland, and tree lighting, Santa's Breakfast, which would impact thousands of community members. And then during the winter season, we wouldn't be open during the holidays. Right now, we just came back from our winter break, and on this Monday, we have a holiday coming up, but we still provide programs on those holiday days, because that's when the kids are off school and they have plenty of time to be out at the park. But they would definitely be impacted by not being able to show up to the park to play on those holiday breaks. So as we move on into the winter time, in March, our ever popular and long-standing Azalea Festival would be eliminated, which would include the carnival, the car show, and Miss Southgate pageant. The carnival alone attracts thousands of families over the weekend and provides a platform to showcase local talent on stage. Miss Southgate pageant empowers the young women in the community to be ambassadors and role models for the young girls throughout the community. And AYSO Soccer, which is a growing partner organization, would be impacted. Their program would be limited to one season, eliminating the winter tournament teams and spring select teams, affecting approximately 450 youth. The pool would be open in the springtime, but it would be limited. It would be open limited to some swim lessons and some classes, but with the reduction of staff, it would be very limited. The summer free play for our youth in the community would be impacted, as we wouldn't be able to offer that. And this program helps keep teens engaged, off the streets and busy. It supports their off-season athletic training and just promotes physical health. In addition to that, we would also have an elimination of our executive management company that patrols our parks right now in the morning time. And we would have fewer park rangers out at the park, which just, again, when you don't have the eyes and ears out there monitoring what's going on, it just breeds for more crime and more negative activity at the park. Can you change that? Okay, well, we'll keep going. So some of the year-round impacts would be to our facilities, our restrooms that are currently cleaned and stocked 2 to 3 times per day would only be stocked once a day and cleaned once a day. So potentially, once the facilities become dirty or run out of supplies, resources would not be available to address the issues until the following day. At present, our Southgate parks are maintained at a high standard. Grass is regularly mowed, edged, and maintained. The gopher holes are addressed regularly, and our planters and flower beds are kept clean and weed-free. With reduced staffing, it would be nearly impossible to maintain this level of care. And also currently our picnic shelters and barbecue pits are cleaned every morning, with additional cleaning throughout the day to prepare for our rentals. But with reduced staffing, we'd only be able to clean them once per day. And potentially, if one of the shelters was soiled in the morning after the initial cleaning, renters that come in later on to utilize their facility, it may not be ready for them to use. In addition, our playgrounds would also appear significantly less clean, just to the not having enough staff to clean and pressure wash on a regular basis. And then with the elimination of the facility rental fee waiver program, that would negatively impact the essential community partners and organizations, including county and state elected officials, LAUSD, Special Olympics, and other community-based groups, limiting their ability to access city facilities for public serving events and programs. So in summary, collectively, with the elimination of the programs, events, and activities, it would result in a decreased quality of life for Southgate residents. These reductions would be detrimental to the health and wellness of youth, adults, and seniors, limiting access to physical activity, social connection, and preventative wellness opportunities. So with limited programming available, we'd more likely have an increase in crime and mischievous behavior. And so while we might be saving on the park side, we would be adding additional costs to PD, who would have to come out here to address the crime, and potentially public works if there's tagging or things that go on at the park. So when you cut youth programs, we don't necessarily eliminate the cost, but we move them to police, public works, and other areas in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. So that summarizes the budget cut option that we talked about before. That's the option of cutting to balance our budget. For those that might be new to the whole gamut of what cities offer and the breadth of what we offer, it's a lot. It takes a long time to describe, these services to help everyone understand what those reductions will actually mean to the residents, to the visitors, to the kids. It's significant. It's really unprecedented in what the city's had to proposed in the past. And I've worked at multiple cities, and this would be described in any of those cities or in the industry as a fiscal emergency. When you have that level of cuts being the only way you can survive, when you have to cut 15% of your budget, when you have to cut over 30 staff members, when you have to talk about the level reductions to services for people across the city, it's a big cut. It's an emergency that needs a result. And the result would be, as we mentioned, there's two options. Cut, which we outlined here, or look for a additional revenue source. And as we mentioned before, the option that sort of rises to the top as a realistic option that has been discussed and we've been directed to give an outline for a path to look at a utility users tax is what option 2 would be, to preserve all those services from being cut, to allow the city to keep those special events, those kid programs, our policing, everything outlined. We would need revenue. A utility tax could provide that revenue. So what is a utility users tax? It's a tax that's on utilities like electricity, gas, water, sewer, cable, and internet. It's a tax that is approved by local voters and then gets added to the utility bills. 163 agencies in California have this. And as we'll outline here, all the surrounding cities around us have one. The city of Southgate has no tax whatsoever. As we talked about with property tax or sales tax, a large amount of tax is collected. A very small percentage of that stays in Southgate. The difference between those taxes and utility users tax, the entire tax, if it's charged, is collected and remains in Southgate for Southgate purposes. So that's move to the next slide. What utilities are on that list, and this would twin up with cities around us. It's proposed to be on electricity, natural gas, water, telecom, like phones, and video services. The proposed draft would be a 7% tax on that amount. And how is it applied? It would be the actual usage. So it's not a flat tax. If people use less of something, the amount's less. If they use more, it's more. And then these agencies that collect the utility bill then have to remit those taxes directly to the city. We'll move to the next one. Here's an example of all of the surrounding cities around us that have this tax revenue, and you can see the millions of dollars that they're generating every single year. And most of them have had this tax for 20 years, 15 years. And so each year they're getting this extra funding to maintain their parks, their police, their services, whereas Southgate has not had one and collects zero. You take a neighboring city of similar population like Downey, $8 million a year. They've had that tax for, I think, 15 years now. So we're talking $100 million or more in funding they've received greater than Southgate to try to do the same kind of services that we're doing. Put Southgate behind, and we're seeing the results of that in our conversation today. Move to the next slide. We've taken some of those comparable cities that are our immediate neighbors and converted. They all have different population sizes. So when we look at the percentage of what they're generating, it's comparable to the smaller size. If we converted that amount they're collecting to 100,000 people, so I don't know if that makes sense for your math, but we made it equivalent to if Downey was 100,000 people, they're actually 111. So per 100,000 residents, it's about 7 million. The Linwood amount they collect, they're much smaller than us. If you converted it to them being larger, they would collect the equivalent of 8 million. You can see all these numbers here. Southgate again at 0. So if you look on the right side, if we look at, if right now we're at $0 per 100,000, where our average of the cities around us are generating 9 million for the same size population. We're proposing a 7% percentage, which we estimate would be at $9 million in revenue, which would put us the same as the areas around us. Next slide. So in the process of trying to look at this idea, which is before us, the process would be to put it on a ballot, and it would need a ballot measure This is an example of one. It would be something that the council can give, direction or ideas on, but just to get the conversation started, if we did have a ballot measure, this is a potential wording. I won't read it out word for word. It'd be something we discuss further, but the idea is it's going to maintain all these services we just discussed, including school crossing guards, 911 services, programs in the park, etc. Propose establishing 7% for the tax. That we've calculated would generate approximately $9 million. And at this point, there's a proposal to follow the lead of our surrounding communities by exempting low-income seniors. That's typically a group that is seen as in the most need, and the idea of exempting them, we're following that pattern that other cities do. And we still believe that income could receive in the $9 million area, which would cover that budget gap. So next slide. What would be required if the approvals to be done? Well, there's different kinds of taxes that you can come to the voter for, and this is called a general tax. So the revenue would be for general services. We've outlined all these different departments. And so the threshold is a simple majority, 50% plus one. And that's what would be required if it was to pass by the public. And what that means, though, is that the city council can't adopt any tax. They can't just enact it on their own. It only would come into effect if that 50% plus one of the voting public was to approve it. And then it would become an active tax and law in our elections code. Next slide. So this font's a little smaller, but when we look at our neighboring cities, which is usually what we try to do, we try to think of equality in how we operate here and look at what our residents have to contribute based on our neighbors. These neighboring cities have this tax. We're an outlier. We don't have any of this tax at all. We are trying to look at how it's collected, percentages, revenue, which groups are excluded, which utilities are used. It's in par with the majority of our surrounding communities. And the one thought is sometimes there can be discussions about trying to exclude certain utilities or certain other populations. Every group that typically cities have a structure much like we're proposing here. If you start exempting certain groups or certain utilities, the revenue of that 9 million, which we need to bridge our budget, starts dropping. 8 million, 7 million, 4, 5 million. Then you have to start looking, if you still need 9 million, then the 7% goes to 8%, 9%, 10%. So we're trying to find that middle ground that would be on par of surrounding cities, taking into account low-income seniors, trying to be equitable. So the proposal that's as part of this discussion is based on that analysis and recommendation. Next slide. So if there's a schedule that would need to be followed, if the council just would want to vote to put this on the ballot, there need to be draft ballot materials such as the ballot language that we talked about, and all the specifics would have to be done by the end of February. There'd be a community education period between March and May. And then June 3rd is the special election when the governor is elected, and that would be could be placed on the ballot by the end of February, so it could be on that June ballot. That is coming up fairly soon. It also has the benefit of giving direction from the community of what path we should take, as we talked about those two paths, cuts or not, before our July 1st budget year starts. So we would have that direction and know the community essentially would decide, we want to minimize the impact and extra charges to the community, which we could understand. So the community could say no to the tax. And then we would have the direction, all those services we talked about would need to be cut. Or if it's passed, then there'd be an opportunity to preserve those services, but it would all be able to happen before that July 1st time, versus if it was a delayed vote till another election, say in November, we would have a lot of difficulty probably having to cut things in July and then find out the direction from the community in November and then try to rebuild things. So the recommendation again is to go with a June ballot measure to make things cleaner. And ultimately, if there is no action to put it on the ballot, then we will have a proposal in our budget to go forward with the cuts as outlined here. because we wouldn't have another revenue option. So that gets us to the next slide, which essentially is our last slide. How would the community be involved? We've had multiple meetings to talk about this already. Social media has been going out. These council meetings are here for interaction, dialogue, and education. There's an opportunity to submit written comments. I'm open to meet with anyone, talk to anyone. Our finance director is. Council members are briefed and willing to talk. And we want to make sure that everyone's dialoguing about this. And ultimately, then it comes to the bottom line. It's a tough decision. We have a fiscal crisis. We have to make a tough decision for the community. The council has to decide, how do we go about pursuing this, through budget cuts or looking at the community to see if they want to provide new revenue. If it's put on the ballot, then the community will give us that direction. And tonight would be the time then to hand it back to council and likely to the public to have discussion and questions on this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I'd like to just really quickly ask our translator, would you need a break? I know it's been a while. You're fine? Okay. So I'll go ahead at this time, and thank you to the directors and the city manager. Go ahead and open it up to the audience. Any member here in the audience would like to come up and discuss, go ahead and start lining up against the wall there on the left or the right. And then go ahead and.
Mr. Mayor, if I could?
Yes.
Just before we get started, I think just a word to the members in the audience, if I may. It's important for the city to be able to record all the comments that are being made here by everyone. It's important to, as if you were in a court of law, you have to allow both sides to be heard. We have to provide a forum in which any member of the public, whether they support this or not, feel that they can speak freely here. So we're going to ask the public to avoid clapping. We're going to ask the public to allow and respect the views of everyone here in a manner that you want. If you want to show support, sometimes what people do is they'll just wave their hands up in the air. But the idea here is to make sure that the opportunity for the public to speak is one that is without hindrance, irrespective of what side or what the nature of your comments are. Like being in court, we have to provide deference, and more importantly, we have to make sure that the audio properly records everyone's comments here in a respectful manner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So I'll go ahead and open it up this time to our members here in the audience to speak. If you can please state your name and your address.
Thank you, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Larry Marino, and I represent Maloney Meat Company. More than 40 years in the community, the red barn that you see over at State Street in Firestone. Our family has been in the family business of a meat market for many years, and today I am here to express my strong opposition to a proposed utility users tax being placed before the voters. I want to share with you the real world cost to a business that requires round-the-clock refrigeration, which we do. I heard the term equally or equity to provide this. For us, a utility bill of $4,000 to $5,000 to $6,000 a month is not unusual. And we would be in a position where we have to pass that along or attempt to at a time when it's very difficult for those of you who purchase meat. The ranchers say they've been in 2 or 3 years of drought in the place where the cattle are raised, and the costs are up 15% already. So this is a cost that is being passed on to our residents of our community, the hardworking people. It is essentially a food tax. We don't do that in California. We don't do that in Southgate. When you go to the supermarket and you buy products, there is no tax on them. If you have them prepared, there is. Everything we sell at Maloney Meat Company does not have a tax. We now would have to change our pricing to include extra charges to be able to do that. We understand the city is facing a financial pressure. We get it. We know tough decisions have to be made. But we urge you to remember that every consumer in this community is going to be saddled with this. Yes, you may want to exclude those with the lower income seniors, but A meat market that requires refrigeration to keep it cold, that carries an undue burden with your tax. And I know it's a choice you want to put out to the people, but I urge you to make the cuts needed. It seems as if there might be a way to move some of the numbers around to give the police department more money to keep their efforts staffing where it was, but maybe less in another. We should all work together on a solution, but again, placing the burden on Maloney Meat Company and all the businesses in this community is essentially placing a burden that may be unsustainable. We may not be able to have consumers pay for a steak or a hamburger that they can afford anymore. And we want to be committed to this community. We have given back many years. We help where we can, but we need you to think long and hard. And so we urge you to not take this to the people, but yet make the serious decisions to protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Irelia Dominguez Ozeira, City of Southgate resident. So we didn't get to this $9.4 million overnight. It was decision after decision after decision that was made by the council. They are the ones responsible for managing our money. I believe we do have a city manager that should have the responsibility of giving you all financial accurate records, but you ultimately make those decisions. See, I, as a citizen, I pay my taxes. People behind me that live here, we pay our taxes, and it is your responsibility to manage that accordingly. And now we're here trying to ring the alarm that there is an emergency. I don't think there's an emergency. I think there is probably mismanagement. I think that there has been maybe too many expenditures that have not been adequately and appropriately done. So to try to put that burden on the citizens, I think it's seriously irresponsible. So by you declaring an emergency today and passing that responsibility onto us, you are admitting that every single one of you failed to financially and be responsible with our money, because that's what we trust. We pay you we are the taxpayers, we give you the money, you do this appropriately. $9.4 million is not acceptable, not for any of us. And it shouldn't be on our burden to try to now bail everybody out, because we pay the taxes, you fiscally need to be responsible. So for you to try to say that if there is an emergency, it would actually be admitting that you did not finance our tax dollars appropriately. And I am extremely frustrated that you now want to do electricity, water, sewer, cable, cell phone, gas, 7%. That hurts us. You're passing that on to us, and that is absolutely not acceptable.
Again, I would ask that we hold the applause. We have to make sure that this is a fair and neutral tribunal. Please respect the right of everyone to speak their views here and to hold back your applause. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robin Logan. I'm a resident of Southgate and live on Hunt Avenue. I have a few questions, but first I'd like to thank Councilman Hurtado, who provided me the information that you guys actually had a workshop about this particular subject that is on YouTube that I actually went ahead and listened and watched. And I was shocked, but I wasn't completely dismayed at the fact that I understood that this has been going on for over 6 months at least. So this isn't overnight, as was kind of just mentioned. But at the same moment, I do understand that this was a previous council, if not previous years. So whether it was funding from state that did not get to here, grants that we are no longer able to use, or however, I do have some questions that I like to ask. In regards to this $9 million, what are we referring to as far as the actual population of 92,000? Is that what we're referring to? Or how are we coming up with this $9 million that we're going to get for this tax? Number one. Number two, I understand that the low-income residents do have the option to opt out. So that's going to also impact that $9 million. So you're thinking that you're going to get that $9 million. However, there is an opportunity for a lot of our residents to actually opt out with their actual services. So as they possibly already do. So they probably don't have to do much, but you don't know about that. Is this something that you've also considered? I also heard on my way over that the president has actually decided to hold off on funding for those sanctuary states. Is that also going to be impacted on this, on the actual city itself? Is that something that I know, get our money from the state of California? But if those funds are not coming down the pipeline, again, what are we doing? So I just have a few questions that I'd like to understand, and maybe we can also, get a chance to maybe be a little more supportive. And I did also think that we just don't have to worry about the UUT tax. We need to worry about parking. We need to consider that to be an avenue to put money and revenue into the city for the landscaping and the actual city improvement of our roads. So if we actually pay towards that, there's a chance that we don't have to worry about revenue that we're trying to find somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members of the City Council. I'd like to share our thoughts my name is Osiarel. I'm the president for the Professional Mid-Management Association here in the city of Southgate. So I'd like to share some thoughts on this particular subject. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here as a city employee and someone who cares deeply about the future of Southgate. Many of us dedicate a significant part of our lives to serving the community, and we take that responsibility seriously. I want to briefly address the city's financial condition. The numbers before you tonight are clear. They are concerning. Financial data is not political. It reflects where we are today. And today, those numbers show that Southgate is facing serious fiscal challenges that require thoughtful and timely action. We understand that declaring a financial emergency is not a decision taken lightly. It carries weight and it deserves careful consideration. But it is important to recognize that such a declaration is not an end, it is a tool. It creates flexibility, transparency, and a framework for making informed decisions before situations worsen. Relying solely on cuts or delays limits the city's options and increases long-term risk. The impacts are already being felt by employees, by residents, and through reduced service capacity. Tonight, I respectfully ask the council to consider two steps: declaring a fiscal or financial emergency and placing a utility users tax measure on the ballot. These actions do not predetermine outcomes. They create a pathway for stability and allow the community to participate directly in decisions about the city's future. Balancing the budget on the backs of employees is not sustainable. Cutting essential services is not sustainable. A durable solution requires shared responsibility and leadership. This is an opportunity for partnerships between the council, city staff, and the community. The decisions made now will shape the city's future. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Monterosa, and I'm a city employee. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here tonight as a concerned employee. While I may not live in Southgate, I spend more time here than I do in my own home. Like all other city employees, I consider myself a stakeholder of the city. I'm here to speak on the financial health of the city, a city I care deeply about. And the numbers tell a troubling story. Math is not political. Numbers have no party or ideology. They're simply facts. And right now, those facts show that the city is in serious financial situation. Each of you were elected to serve this community and to safeguard its future, not just to keep it afloat, but to help it thrive. When difficult financial realities are ignored for political reasons, it is not politics that suffer. It is the residents, families, and employees who rely on the city. Declaring a financial emergency and placing a utilities users tax on the ballot will not solve everything, but it is necessary and a responsible first step. Let the people decide. Let the people vote on this. Balancing the budget on the backs of employees is not a solution. Cutting services to this community is not a solution. We urge you to act in the best interest of this city and the people who elected you and depend on you to lead with integrity and courage. Our community will suffer serious consequences if essential services continue to decline. Inaction will lead to significant cutbacks and further weaken staff's ability to deliver the critical services the residents depend on. Your leadership in moments like this will be remembered. Please do the right thing and make sure that this is something that the residents can vote on. Let's not make those decisions for them. It's simple, just put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eunice Quintanilla. Full transparency, this is my first city council. And the reason why I'm here is because I actually came to make a comment about my experience last night. There was a really bad accident, as some of you might know, at Southgate Park. And someone that frequents that park probably 4 to 5 times a week, I am honestly very concerned and worried that the park in general is unsafe for pedestrians and also for overall community members that walk around the park. It's even more concerning to know that these budget cuts are being placed right now, especially in a time where I'm quite literally here to advocate for more street lighting, for more crosswalks, for more public works kind of like being put in place for the protection of pedestrians and just overall park users. I know that the park is used by many people, not just Southgate residents, but a lot of people from different cities. It's actually one of the best in the area, I would say. So keeping that in mind with this utility tax that will be as proposed, I strongly suggest that this is brought to the people and this is something decided by the people of Southgate, and it is not solely on the hands of City Council to decide. So yes, completely urge for there to be a vote when the time comes. And just final remarks would be cutting public services is a great disservice to all of us. I heard crime being thrown around a lot, and crime is not just stopped or even prevented by police officers. It has a lot to do with social programs. It has a lot to do with how community is built, how people trust each other in the community. And I would say the park is one of the biggest places to build such trust and community. You're able to see your neighbors, you're able to experience really great things. So yeah, just as a final word, strongly urge for the voting of the UUT and also to please protect not only the parks, but community development and as well as public works. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Council. Nelson Hermosillo, 10135 Dorothy. I spoke here not too long ago, and I was strongly against this utility users tax. Since then, I took a deep dive into the financials, and I realized that this city, we are in a world of hurt. We're spending a lot of money, and we're in a huge deficit. Since then, I've been coming up here and providing suggestions and whatnot, and sometimes I feel like those are ignored. In the presentation earlier today, there's a lot of nice things that we have, but we don't necessarily need them. And every department is guilty of them. A few meetings ago, I spoke about the Connect brochure and the cost of it being printed. And many of you said, oh, it's nice to have on the coffee table Well, guess what? I would rather keep our park services than to keep printing that. And that's not the only thing. I see Ford Lightnings being driven around. It's a nice thing to have, but an employee could be transported in a used Honda Civic. What's the necessity? And every department's guilty. Manny, not to single you out, but I would rather have more police officers on the street than a flock system. So we need to make these cuts with the departments in addition to the utility users tax. Some of the cities that were mentioned up there have the UUT, and guess what? They're in a deficit as well. So the problem we have right now is because the city and the city management, you guys and your predecessors kept kicking the can down the road. So we can pass this tax in this coming year, in this coming election, and 4 or 5 years down the line, are we going to see the same problem because we're spending things that are nice to have as opposed to the things that we need to have? That's what we need to look at and take a close look, as opposed to giving $50,000 to the Chamber of Commerce to have a state of the city address. How about you have the state of city address right here with no refreshments, no big party? I would rather save that money and have more streetlights on Tweety than to give it out to Chamber of Commerce. And these are just some more examples, but each one of you can do a deep dive into each department and see what we actually need as opposed to what's nice to have, because quite frankly, we don't have the money for that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rosalia Corona, and I'm a resident of Southgate. I am here today because I'm opposed to this utility tax. I'm a homeowner here in Southgate, and being a homeowner here for the past 13 years, I have seen utilities go up, as well as the cost of living, my insurance for my house, and my car insurance go up. I believe there's got to be a way to fix this problem without the UUT measure. For the past 13 years that I've lived in the city of Southgate, there have been potholes all over my street. I live on Wood and Adela. And they constantly get patched up, but they need to get fixed again and again. And this has been going on for 13 years now. There's construction now going on between Tweety and Atlantic. It's been going on for months. And sometimes I see bulldozers parked there for days on end, and nothing is getting fixed. And on top of it, we're going to get our taxes raised, in the future. I don't agree with this. I believe that there is mismanagement going on in the city council. And even though I do feel for the employees of this city, I believe that there can be a different solution. But I really think that things need to start getting fixed in our city so that we can have pride again, instead of there being dismay and politics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nori Lovesa. My entire lineage lives in Southgate. So when I say that Southgate is home, Southgate is home. I moved to Davis for undergrad, and I'm recently moving back to Southgate. My great-grandma lives here, my grandma, my mom, my aunts, everybody, right? And I have a few things that I want to say about the voting on the utility tax. If you all cannot manage the money that you are given, what is to say that you will manage the utility tax money any better? And I understand that we are not the only place in a deficit. The state budget is in a deficit. Every other city is in a deficit. And there are departments here willing to make the cut. And I've had a few other citizens mention what public safety means to them: fix potholes, lights in the park, more activities. None of them, except for one, mentioned policing. And police has 50% of the entire budget. Chief Manuel, I heard you got a new take-home car. There are 2 take-home cars. We pay their salaries. There's no reason why they should get cars. Well, we pay their insurance, we pay their gas, we pay their maintenance. If they work here, they should drive to Southgate in their own car like every other resident. Again, I came from Davis, and you know what Davis funds the most? Parks and Rec. If any of you have been to Davis, I guarantee you, go visit it. The police ride in bikes because crime is so low. Their biggest crime is bike theft. Bike theft, let that sink in. And that's because most of their budget money goes to Parks and Rec, goes to building housing, and not police. And I say this as someone whose loved ones work in Southgate PD. So believe me when I say public safety is not police, it's community. It's investing in community. It's in having lights outside. It's in having the cross guards. It's in having an open park. I go to Southgate Gym. I came back at like 7 p.m. Park full. Basketball courts full. Tennis courts full. That's what community needs. We need more parks and we need teens to have extracurriculars. So cutting the pools, I work with teen on probation. You know why they're there? They had no outlets. They had nothing else to do. So what were they doing? Causing trouble. So we do need these services more than we need police. Thank you.
Good evening, council and department heads. I want to strongly say that I'm supportive of a utility tax, but I want to tell you why I'm in support of it. Yes, we've never had a utility tax. All the other cities have had that, and it leads to one thing. We have not managed as council people, and we not have managed as department heads to make sure that we are under budget. So what I would propose on this ballot measure is two things. We circle back if it passes in 2 years. And the reason I've got the 2 years is because in November, we've got 2 council people who are up for reelection. 2 years after that, the other 3 are up for reelection. So what we want to do is say, hey, we want you guys to show us you are committed to our community so that we can support this, and then circle back in November if it passes to say, hey, we're going to hold you accountable. We're going to hold you accountable in 2 years. So part of this agreement and part of this ballot measure is that I have heard all the department heads talk about we're going to have cuts of our personnel. We're going to have cuts on all of our services. I have not heard one department head says, I will take a freeze for 2 years. I will freeze for 2 years. Same for the council people. I will freeze my salary for 2 years. Prove to us that you've got our heart on the item that's at hand. You talk about this being an emergency issue. Let's take it to heart. 2 years, we circle back and we'll see where we're at. The reason we never had a utility tax is because we were having council people that were able to get the ballot budget. The other thing is 2 years ago, we had department heads that lived here in Southgate. So when they left at the end of the day, they weren't looking at Southgate in the rearview mirror. They lived here, so they were committed to the things that were happening in this community. I think it's important that we look at that. And Mr. City Manager, when you have your meetings, you take the input on this. I'm not the only one that's come up with this. I'm not an Einstein. I just figure, hey, we've already let you guys come. For some of us have been here over 20 years as council people. And now all of a sudden, we're looking that we've got to find ways to cut the ballot or budget. It's important, people. And you say, well, if I don't get a raise, I'm going to find someone else to go work for. Hey, more power to you. We need to entice our young people to go to school and come back to be department heads in their community. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Thomas Buckley. I'm a resident here in Southgate, and I told you so. I told you this day would come. For many years, 3-4 years, remember I told you about the words looming deficit? All the chickens have come home to roost, haven't they? This is exactly what I've been talking about. I remember a few years ago when I brought this up, Councilmember Hurtado told the audience, oh, we don't have a deficit. And I said, well, no, we don't have a deficit. We have a looming deficit, an impending, an upcoming deficit. This is something I've been talking about, and I was mocked for it. City Treasurer Dale Paz, it's good to see you, sir. You asked the financial director, do we have a deficit this year? This was a few years ago. And again, I had said, no, we have a looming deficit, upcoming deficit. Yes, it did not pertain to that particular year, but I'd warned all of you, haven't I? Over and over and over. I told you so. You ignored me, you rebuked me, I was made fun of, but now look. Look at all these signs, look at this audience. And now you're also going to see it on your re-election results. Everything I told you has come true. And I want you to learn an important lesson. Doing something out of spite is dangerous because it has no obligation to morality. You've created this problem. You were warned of this problem. Once UUT tax is in place, who's to say these residents aren't going to pay any more? You charge them 7%. Why not 8 the next year? Why not 9 2 years now? Giving you more money would be the most irresponsible thing we as residents could do. It would be adding gasoline to a fire that you've created. We are not responsible for your irresponsible spending habits. This is not our burden. Council members, respectfully, Avalos and Rios, you are our hope. I know the three from the mayor to the right are going to be approving and affirming the forwardness of the UUT, but I'm appealing to you both to please do the right thing. Our residents don't need any more burden. Thank you.
Again, I'm here again. Hi, everybody. My name is Brandon Williams. I represent MEA. I represent over 150 employees here in the city of Southgate. I came numerous times last year, spoke to you guys, spoke to residents in the past. And I just wanted to say, we've talked about this. Just like the previous gentleman said, council, past and present, has a responsibility to this city to provide these services. And not only services to the residents, but they have a responsibility to the employees as well. So I was gonna state a bunch of facts, but honestly, I think this room has heard enough. They've heard it all. I don't think it's irresponsible for a UUT to pass in the city of Southgate. But what I will say is irresponsible is if people don't educate themselves about Southgate's financial pathway moving forward. So if you are absorbing all your news on social media and you're not actually looking at the data that's being provided, you're not actually doing your own independent research and figuring out where these numbers are coming from, you're doing yourself a disservice. You're doing a community a disservice by letting your emotions decide and dictate what happens in the city of Southgate moving forward, not the facts. I did want to speak briefly about the employees in the city of Southgate because there is some nasty things that I've been hearing online about employees not doing their part. And I don't know if these people just don't have the factual information or just don't care or want to be nasty, but in my heart, I know what the employees here in the city represent and I know what they do here. And I know that the service they provide. So I just wanted to let you guys know, in 2008, when it was the Great Recession, employees took a 10.5% pay cut here. To keep jobs here, to keep the city afloat, 10.5% in pay, right? 2014, when the city was coming out of that recession, but they were still doing bad financially, city of Southgate employees took 0% in cost of living increase, right? 2020 and 2021, some of the highest inflation years in decades, right? City of Southgate employees took 0% again in both years. Inflation over 6%, inflation over 7%, 0%. Our buying power gone down. But people don't talk about that. right? And there's people that are holding on. And now the big thing is coming after our benefits, right? Like I told the city manager, I told the HR director, you start playing with people's benefits, right? When that's the last thing they have to hold on to, you're going to see a mass exodus here. You're going to see people leave here. Good employees that have been serving this city, some who live in this city as well. That's the next thing to come. I wanted to address one last thing because I think it just factually needs to be addressed. Some people say that Southgate has the highest sales tax, right, in California, 10.75. There's
sorry.
18 other cities that have that. Southgate, there's 15 of those 18 cities that have a utility tax, and that's a fact.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Zeta, Southgate resident. I'm here to speak about the proposed utility users tax and why it represents a failed fiscal policy disguised as a solution. You know, we've known this financial situation was in place since 2016. So the notion that we just came across this ain't gonna pass. It's already been mentioned that several cities around us have already implemented the utility users tax. What maybe hasn't been acknowledged is that those cities are now in the same situation as we are, navigating a fiscal situation on their end. So, you know, let me ask the obvious question. Why would we adopt the same approach that hasn't solved their problems? If the UUT were truly effective, those cities wouldn't be struggling alongside us. Let's be clear, what we really are facing, this is not a revenue problem, it's a spending problem. It's a fiscal management problem, and the proposed UUT is not a long-term solution. It's a temporary Band-Aid that time and time again, we've brought to your attention every time we're here making comments that allows city council to avoid making the difficult decisions because, you know, spending priorities and organizational efficiencies are not a priority here. Speaking of transparency, or better yet, the lack of transparency, the city's awareness campaign about the UUT conveniently omits critical information. It never addresses the $9.4 million deficit that we're facing. It never mentions that 4 council members approved giving the city staff over $1 million in raises when we already knew we were $8 million in a deficit. That's not an awareness campaign. That's a public relations campaign designed to obscure the truth. Let me be clear. Our staff are vital resources. They work hard. They deserve fair compensation, but we must live within our means. When you knew the city couldn't afford more staff, why wasn't a hiring freeze put in place? We knew that back in August of last year, 2025. We have 54 vacancies, but yet no hiring freeze went in place. We kept hiring people. How does that make sense? Now we provided significant raises, uncapped benefits were approved. These are all questions of basic fiscal responsibility. I'm curious to hear the city's response to the laundry list of questions City Council Member Pilar asked back in November. Those questions are highlighted fundamental concerns at this proposal, and to my knowledge, they remain unanswered. If you can't answer your own colleagues' questions, how can you expect residents to support this tax? Here's the reality. You're asking residents to pay more or refusing to address the spending decisions that created this financial crisis. You're asking us to trust that this tax will be solved problems when neighboring cities with the same tax are still struggling. Think about that. You're asking us to accept a solution without acknowledging the root causes of this problem. Until the city council demonstrates genuine fiscal responsibility, until you provide honest and complete information to residents, until you address the spending issues at the core of this deficit. It's a simple answer. No trust, no on the utility users tax. Thank you.
Buenas noches, yo les
Good
voy a hablar
evening.
en español.
I'm going to speak in Spanish.
Sí. Y yo vengo representando a las personas que hablamos español
I am
aquí
here representing Spanish-speaking
Southgate.
people that live here in Southgate
porque nosotros tenemos voz y pagamos taxes
because we
igual.
also have a voice and pay taxes.
Yo pienso que deberíamos de empezar porque ustedes, cada uno de ustedes,
I think we should start because each
dieran
one of
una
you,
parte de su sueldo, les pagan muy bien
you get a very good
para que
salary.
también ustedes contribuyeran,
and you
porque
should
todo el mundo va a volar las cabezas de
contribute.
todos, menos las de ustedes.
Why
que
should
se
everyone
haga-
suffer and not you?
O que se haga más chico el concilio, porque no es
Or
justo
maybe the council should be smaller?
que nosotros tenemos que pagar los platos rotos de,
It's not
de que
fair that
ustedes
we,
son unos malos administradores.
it's not fair that we should pay for the
La
bad
ciudadanía les
mistakes
da
that
su
have been taken.
confianza.
Señora, si da un poquito pausa para
Sí.
poder hacer la traducción, por favor.
La ciudadanía les da su confianza.
Citizens are
ustedes.
giving you their trust.
Y miren lo que hacen.
And look
Eso
what
no
you
es
do.
justo
It's not fair.
que nosotros vengamos a pagar
That
su mala
you-
administración
That
de
we have to
ustedes.
pay for your bad administration.
Esperamos en Dios que no esté pasando lo que en Bell Gardens,
We
porque
hope that this is not happening like what's happening in Bell
Porque
Gardens,
que es demasiado dinero que se desperdicia.
because it's a
Yo
lot
no
of money
entiendo por qué
wasted.
no han hecho una auditoría el
Haven't you
gobierno
taken an
federal
audit
para ver de verdad cómo se está gastando este
to
dinero.
see how this money is being spent?
Eso no es justo.
This is-
Ustedes tienen
this is
que
not
buscar
fair.
una solución.
You have to find
¿Cómo
a
van a
solution.
resolver? ¿Están mirando
How are you going to resolve this?
cómo está el costo de vida? A nosotros los seniors.
You see cost of living is increasing. We, the seniors,
Hablan mucho de nosotros los seniors, pero ustedes no podrían sobrevivir con lo que
you talk about
Social
us
Security
seniors,
nos
but
da.
you would not be able to survive in what the earnings that we get.
ustedes piensan que como seniors vamos a poder pagar esos aumentos.
You think
Porque
that
no
as
me digan que
seniors,
va a haber
señora-
excepción hacia nosotros.
Señora, si no me da pausa, no le puedo
Sí.
traducir, ¿ok?
Sí.
Ok, ahorita ya no sé ni lo que dijo. Por favor, deme pausa.
Sí.
Ok.
Que ellos no se dan idea cómo sobrevivimos los seniors. Están hablando de los seniors.
You have no idea how we survive. You speak about seniors, but you don't know how we survive.
Las rentas deberían de crear rentas más baratas para la comunidad.
You should create more economic rents for us seniors.
Es una pena que vayan a quitarle a mucha gente sus trabajos y eso.
It's a shame that you're even cutting employees.
Ustedes para eso están aquí, para que resuelvan esos problemas.
That's why you're here, to resolve all these
No a
issues.
costillas de nosotros los contribuyentes.
Not us who contribute to all this.
Ahora, otra de las cosas, las uniones siempre les patrocinan a ustedes sus,
One more
sus-
thing, union always sponsors all of you.
siempre cuando llegan las boletas, la unión fulana de tal, fulano de tal los están support.
You're always being supported by the union.
Yo ya sé cuál es el jueguito. Tengo bastante tiempo para saber cómo es.
I know how
Pero
all this
espero-
game is played,
Espero que de verdad se haga todo bien aquí,
and I hope that everything is fair here,
porque ustedes no están pensando en los seniors ni están pensando en la
because you're
gente
really
más
not
pobre.
thinking about all of us seniors.
No vamos a poder sobrevivir
We will
con
not be
esos
able to
impuestos que
survive
nos van a poner.
overall with all of these
O
taxes.
pagamos los impuestos o no pagamos la renta. ¿Cómo
Either we
vamos a
pay taxes or
sobrevivir?
we pay our rent. How are we going to survive like that?
Lo mismo los empleados. Los empleados
Same thing with
también
employees.
no va a ser fácil sobrevivir de
It's not
tener
going to
un
be
trabajo
easy
y
for them to
perderlo.
survive with losing their job.
Pónganse ustedes en los zapatos
Put
de
yourself in their
nosotros.
shoes,
A ver qué
our shoes,
pensarían.
to see what you would do.
Es todo. Gracias.
That's it. Thank you.
Good evening, Liz Ruiz on Kaufman. Yeah, this is a hard decision. And I can say, as somebody who's participated in council meetings for several years now, that whenever it would come to the budget meetings, not a lot of people attended. And so it's easy for people to not see how this has been a problem that has been foreseen at council meetings. I can say that Councilmember Hurtado actually brought up the need for a response to this foreseeable deficit that that was looming a couple of years ago. And people then thought it wasn't a good time to pass a tax because we were under COVID, because inflation's high. You know, there's always a reason. There's always a reason why people are not going to want to pay a tax. I think that's something that the city has really done poor at, has been talking about how and what measures have been taken to reduce the spending. There has been a lot of measures already, and there has been a lot of questions that have been answered. And there has been more detailed presentation on what led the city to come to this deficit. And for people, you know, I often see online that, you know, there's been a mismanagement of funds, and that has been something has been talked about at council meetings as well. You know, they're all, you know, at the end of every meeting, there's warrants about where money goes. You know, these public agencies have full transparency on where money goes. The city gets audited yearly. The city's actually gotten awards on audits. So I don't understand how people are so sure that there's money that, disappears or gets misused or misappropriated. I think that the public really needs to, educate themselves on how money is spent. People were complaining about the emblem on Tweedy Boulevard being mismanagement of money when it's part of a grant that was given to beautify Tweedy Boulevard. Money that has grants that are awarded to the city can't be used on just anything, and people need to understand that. And for the fact that, other cities that have UUTs around us are in deficit, I think that actually should show the public how better at managing our money we have been, because we haven't gotten to this point until now. Those cities have had UUTs for several years, and it's people in our city are so quick to compare our events with other cities with Paramount when they don't understand that, maybe they have higher revenues because they have a refinery there. Carson, same deal. They have refineries there. Downey, I mean, they have higher valued homes and they've had a utility tax. So it's hard and unfair to compare a city with other cities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff and community members. Just want to remind the community that this is your chance to come up here and let city staff know what issues or anything that has to do with the budget, your streets, your sidewalks. This is your chance to come up here and say it. I want to touch on something that previous speaker said, that in the past we didn't need a utility users tax because we had a competent council. So we need it now. What does that mean? Another speaker says that he told several of you that we had this coming down the pipeline, right? And I remember attending some of the State of the Cities with some of you council members were mayors, and you said everything was fine and dandy, that we were good. There was nothing to worry about, and look at us now. In addition to that, I also want to mention what the representative from Maloney Meat Markets here said, that this is going to be passed down to their customers, which means that this is going to be a tax on everything, not just utilities. It's going to be a tax on everything, and even if you're exempt, you're going to get some of this, passed on to you. So again, to say that some people are exempt and that you're looking for stuff, I mean, look, this is going to affect everyone across the board. We know that. There's no way around that. And so, we've seen this presentation, same old thing, right? It's not a spending problem. It's a revenue problem. It's out of our control. We don't know what to do, but here, let's get money from the residents, right? That's basically what we've said. We've been at this like 6 months, and the presentation has basically been the same. So again, I'd like to just kind of, compare it. If I go to my financial advisor and I give him some money to invest, and the return that I'm looking for is not there, it's time to find a new financial advisor. You're a fiduciary. That's what your responsibility is. So if we're not getting what we want here, I think it's time to find some other council members maybe. I think that we need to do that. And 2 of you guys are up for re-election in November. Somebody else mentioned that your leadership is going to be remembered. Well, it's going to be remembered in November. That's for sure. And we're going to make sure of that. So again, we need to make sure that we're creative about the approach here and make sure. I know a gentleman mentioned things, thinking outside the box, other solutions. I mean, there's a big opportunity with parking, I think. A lot of cities charge for their parking on the street. I mean, there's huge opportunities here, guys, and we're just not, that's not on the table. We paid for a study, for a parking study. It was like 200,000 or so. Nothing's been done. We paid for some surveys to find out what the benefit of this tax was going to be. The results haven't even been shared. The first survey was bad, so we got a second one.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is, hold on, let me fix this. My name is Paloma. My grandparents immigrated to Los Angeles from Colombia, and settled in the city of Southgate in the 70s. The house they purchased, which I currently live in and have lived in for close to 40 years, sits on Otis Street. Otis Street, if you've lived in Southgate long enough, you know it is a high traffic area where drivers often race down the street. I have witnessed a number of accidents living on the street. Twice I have witnessed on 2 separate occasions vehicles speed right past the middle school crossing guard as she attempts to lead students across the street. We often face a parking problem where I have been aggressively confronted by drivers who are adamant about having the right to block my exit and entrance point. I am advised to contact law enforcement, and if law enforcement arrives, they send drivers away without citations. I believe this can be a possible solution in funding the city by citing actively reckless drivers and drivers parking where it is illegal. Otis Street is a high traffic area and it would be a perfect spot to have patrol there often. A few days ago, I took notice of a large emblem of the city of Southgate painted in the middle of the intersection, and I asked myself why. This will be worn out by traffic and money will be used again to repaint it. It causes me to wonder about your priorities. And I would also like to add, before I go, a suggestion. Many cities in California are moving toward a native plant habitat. We do not need lawns. The park does not need its grass to be mowed. If the city moves toward a native plant type of ecosystem, then less spending would occur to maintain our natural environment. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Bill Baum, 5136 Southern Avenue. I've been associated with this city over 70 years. I'm proud to be associated with this city. I understand it's got to finish financial problems, and a user tax should be decided by the residents. And on the note, I'm going to put on my manufacturing hat tonight, representing the commercial people. You heard Mr. Talk about Mahoney Meats. I'm concerned that some of the industries that use a lot of energy and utilities would be taxed unfairly. I think there should be a cap on this for the companies like Schultz Steel, Accurate Heat Treating, Mahoney, so they don't pay an unfair amount for their services from the community. Again, thank you for your services. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Richard Lute, 8990 Atlantic. Taxes suck. It's a given. Taxes suck. But they're a necessary evil in the society we live in. I don't know how long it's been since Southgate has had the opportunity to raise revenue in this way. I know we get a lot of grants. I know we do a lot of that. Something I don't think anybody has mentioned is Public Works and administrative services and I think business development all mentioned that in their staffs would be people who help them get grants, who get hundreds of millions of dollars for this city that we wouldn't be able to afford anymore. And that would be a huge impact on the citizens. But more than that, I think we need to start thinking with our heads and not our hearts. Nobody likes to pay taxes, but we all like it when the police show up. Nobody likes to pay taxes, but we all love the parks. And I can guarantee you that the same people that are complaining today about the possibility of this UUT going onto the ballot will be the first one of the people at this podium when services are cut to talk about how unfair that is and how the city is failing them by cutting these services when they had the opportunity to fund them. So, yeah, nobody likes taxes. I don't want to pay more taxes. We have a gigantic company. We use a lot of power. We use the roads. Our employees use the parks. We enjoy the protection of the police department. And if a 7% utility users tax is what it takes to keep those going, then I'm in favor of it. Let's keep in mind, the city of Southgate just experienced their centennial. City is over 100 years old. which means much of the city's infrastructure is over 100 years old. We've had people come up here and talk about how this problem is unforeseen and you couldn't see it happening. But I tell you what, the maintenance of this city for the 100-year-old infrastructure is a whole lot more today than it was 10 years ago. The city hasn't had the opportunity to raise revenue to deal with those issues. Let's talk about parking. The people who are talking about trying to fix the city deficit with parking will also be the first people at this podium when that comes up for a vote to say, how dare you try and charge me for parking in this city? So my ask is, if we're going to use the services, if we're going to enjoy the benefits of this city, it's funded.
Good evening, council members and staff. I am very sad to hear that many residents did not understand. The budget reality has a lot to do with the rising cost of health insurance. For existing employees, that has nothing to do with your decisions. That is nothing that you can do anything about. No city, no single local entity can do anything about the rising cost of health insurance. That's a decision that we've all made by allowing greedy people to handle our healthcare system. That's a conversation for a different place, not here. We need this utility tax to keep our residents safe when they're crossing the street. No one wants to pay more for anything. I get it. I'm not swimming in money either. I work for a school. They pay us the least possible whenever possible. But when your child is walking to and from school, do you want them to be safe? The grandmas, the abuelas, walking them to and from school every single day, they need those crossing guards. We've already had tragedies. Ms. Davila, Mr. Hurtado, you know. We've had tragedies on Tweety. I worked for schools for many years, and it hurts every time one of our kids gets hurt. And I don't want that to happen again. So, lighting the park sounds simple. Sounds like, well, I don't have grandkids. My kids are 33. Why would I want the park to be lit? Because the sports, the people walking around the park, all of that is safety with lighting. I saw the accident yesterday at the park. We don't know what happened. We don't know if the person came from another city, was driving under the influence, or someone else. We don't know what happened. Either way, we need access to the parks and we need them to be lit all year round. Unsupervised kids left to their own devices are easy targets to gangs. We don't need more gang members. I don't want any more of my students from any school to become a gang member. And JAA, all these sports at Southgate Park, I have worked at schools in Maywood and Bell and Huntington Park. Those families come here for the sports because the Southgate Park provides quality services. We can't lose that. We need the utility tax to be on the same level as Downey and Norwalk. It's easy to complain and point fingers, but if the council doesn't give voters the chance to decide on this tax, the next child to get hurt or killed while crossing the street to get to school will be on the conscience of every penny pincher and negligent council member in this room. Do the right thing for kids and for the safety of all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Yo soy residente de aquí de Southgate.
Dispensa un momento, por favor. Art, can you help her out for me, please? Thank you.
Yo soy residente de aquí de Southgate por 25 años.
I am a Southgate resident for the last 25 years.
Y me da tristeza lo que está pasando, que lo entiendo muy poco.
I am very saddened to see what's happening, but I understand very little.
Nunca se había escuchado decir todo lo que está, todos los cortes que están pasando ahorita.
We had not heard before of all these cuts that you are proposing tonight.
Cortando lo que es seguridad para los ciudadanos.
Cutting what's safe for safety for our citizens.
cortando lo que son servicios públicos para los ciudadanos que nos afectan,
cutting public services that also affect us, the citizens,
especialmente la luz,
especially the electricity,
especialmente la corta de los árboles grandes que
the
son
trimming
jacarandas,
of all the trees, which then become a risk,
especialmente los sidewalks que se están levantando por las raíces de los
and all
árboles.
the sidewalks that are being raised by all
La
these
gente
trees.
se anda cayendo.
People are tripping over these.
Las calles se están inundando de agua cuando llueve porque hay mucho hundimiento de agua.
Trees are being flooded because of the fallen trees during the
Especialmente donde
storms.
yo vivo, en Garden View, Illinois, todo el tiempo hay agua pareciendo un río.
I live on Garden View, in an area where there's always flooding because of the rains.
Tenemos que brincar allí porque el agua, levantarnos el pantalón porque no han podido arreglar ese problema que
We
ya
have
existía de años.
to raise our pants and step on puddles because those floods have never been fixed.
Y a mí en lo personal me está afectando los árboles de las jacarandas de mi propiedad. Me
And me
están dañando
personally,
el roofing.
deme pausa, por favor, señora. Por favor.
Sí.
Me personally, I'm being affected by the jacaranda trees growing around my property.
Me está dañando el techo.
It's affecting my roof.
Las jacarandas están encima de mi casa.
The trees are growing over my house.
Ahora mi pregunta es,
My question is,
¿quién le va a dar mantenimiento a esos árboles? ¿O
who's
qué voy
going
a
to
hacer
give
yo?
maintenance to these trees?
Las raíces están llegando a la tubería de
The
del
roots,
agua
the roots are growing to my sewer lines,
y de la tubería del gas.
into the lines of the gas.
A mí me preocupa en lo personal eso.
Me personally, I'm very worried about that.
¿Qué va a pasar? Yo ya le puse un mensaje a la ciudad antes de Navidad,
I
de Año
called
Nuevo,
and complained before Christmas about this issue.
y ahora que me estoy dando esto, quisiera saber qué pasó con esa
And now that I'm
reclamo que
hearing
estoy
all of
haciendo.
this, I would like to find out what exactly happened with my
¿Qué
complaint.
vamos a hacer los dueños de casa? ¿Nosotros vamos a cortar árboles?
And what are we going to do, owners of properties? Are we going to have to be the
¿O
ones
qué
trimming
van a
our
hacer
trees?
ustedes por nosotros?
Or what are you going to do for us?
Porque los árboles yo entiendo que son de la ciudad
The trees, I understand, are they belong to the city,
y tienen que darles el mantenimiento y
and you have to give it its maintenance.
a mí me preocupa definitivamente el corte de
I am
los
very
servicios
concerned about that.
públicos. Muchísimas gracias y disculpen.
Thank you very
Gracias.
much. Sorry about that.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maria Cortez, and she has to check. Sorry. And I've been a resident of Southgate for over 50 years. And I just want to say again, thank you for what you've done for our youth program, our soccer youth program. We really appreciate it. And it is very disheartening to hear the ongoing discussions about the budget cuts and the reduction of the community events. In a prior presentation that was here earlier, the significant impact on youth, both physical and mentally, that was clearly not acknowledged. Hearing that there may be no spring season youth programs would extremely be disappointing for our families and our communities. It is unrealistic to expect the city to return to a zero balance within a single year. No one wants to pay more taxes or any type of fees. But we are here to come up with a solution. And I know you guys came up with a solution, do the UUT. And if the city is considering implementing a 7% utility users tax, a more reasonable approach would be start at maybe 3.5. I understand, a lot of people don't like it, but we are homeowners. I mean, we've never had a UUT, right? So, and then gradually increase it with overtime, in overtime, right? This would allow revenue to grow without placing an immediate and overwhelming burden on residents while still protecting vital youth programs and other events for the city. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sil Gonzalez. I've been in Southgate, I hate to say this, but you can tell by the hair, for over 50 years. I've had the pleasure of working with 11 city councils. We've been up and down. But since I first got here, the population has doubled. Okay, population has doubled. I've heard everybody here today, and guess what? Everybody's right. They only have one thing wrong. Mismanagement is not here. I think the councils, each and every council that's been here, has done their best. And I'll share this with you. I had Casa de Gonzalez, Chrysler Street, Dodge, Nissan, and Kia. And then when the crash came, we went to a shopping center, and now you have Tacos Gavilan, and you have all those people there. But everyone here today expressed their concern. And that's what I want to thank you for giving us this audience. We want services. The JAA, the pool, the park has been one of the mainstays of all cities in Southern California. We built South Lake Park Homes. We built Santa Ana and Long Beach Boulevard. We built senior housing. And guess what? Everybody was proud. Everybody's property values have increased. Santa Ana Park Homes, I just checked today. We sold those homes for $179,500 to $199. The last sale in there was $799. And you tell me why? Because the leadership, the council, the department heads, the services. Let's talk about the kids. Let's talk about the trees. Let's talk about everything. We have to pay for it. Okay? We have to pay for it. Nobody's going to give us anything free. But when you look at it, what has it done for you and your family? What has it done for the kids? We sponsored total kids, teams, boys, girls, and we have a community here that has a public forum, then we can agree to disagree. But I don't see mismanagement. 11 different councils might have got along and may not have gotten along, but who benefited? The city. So I want to thank you, and I want to urge you to let the people decide. Put it on the ballot. Let's hear, let's air, let's debate, let's discuss, let's disagree. But bring it together. Let the people decide. Do we want to be?
Thank you, Sid. I'm sorry.
No, I got one more minute.
I'm sorry. We have a time limit, and
Okay.
it's 3 minutes. I'm
Well,
sorry.
We don't have 92,000. We have 117,000 with the undocumented workers that live here. So
thank
we need 120 police people. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yeah, one, thank you. If anybody else would like to speak, please just go line up so that we know. Go ahead, thank you.
I'm Mike Piazza with Piazza Trucking. Been in Southgate since '94. I realize the police department does a fantastic job. What I recognize, I have no problems with that. The problem, and I've urged this, and I've put my word out to everybody here, it's some of the companies in the city of Southgate that take advantage of the city. It's not some of the companies that spoke here, but it's other ones that come in here and they don't pay their license. They don't do it, and they pummel the streets. They just don't pay their share, and they're taking advantage of it. We got open lots. We've got companies that are just abandoned, and they're not working under what they were supposed to be working under. And I don't know how many times I've said this, and it goes without need at all. I think what we need to do is go after all this, and I mean, it's going to be added to, the treasury box on this, but we need to, and I'm all for it. I said, listen, I'll help you with it. You know, I want these people to pay their fair share, these companies that are out here that are not doing it, and they're just coming and ravaging this city. And, you know, if we probably collected all these monies from all these people that do this, it wouldn't be so bad. You know what I mean? So that's what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comments. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a 5-minute recess or break, so that way I can give our translator a break. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, we're back.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we're just waiting for city manager, yes. All right.
Can we go on, Mr. Rob?
All right, thank you. All right, and thank you to all the community members that came in and spoke. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to here to, oh, I'm sorry, emails. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did receive a total of 22 emails for public comment on this item. 10 of them were in opposition of the item and 12 of them were in support. And those included former Police Chief Darren Arakawa, former City Council Member Hector Del Torre, our PMA and POA. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Council, do you have any questions? Or comments? Pilar? Councilwoman Pilar?
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to thank everyone that's still here in council chambers, as well as those that are on YouTube. I do take it to heart, all of the comments that everyone has made. And I thank the community for finally coming out and expressing their views, not only in person, but those of you that are listening on YouTube and those that submitted emails. Like a speaker indicated, back on the 25th of November at the City Council, I requested responses to several budget-related questions. And to date, I have yet to receive a response, let alone a confirmation email saying, yes, it was received. Since that meeting, multiple members of the community have asked, what's the status? Where is the response? Something I did ask our city manager, if he can give us some response on the record, since I did ask for it on the record, to which I was informed that it was going to take more than 2 hours of staff time to get me these response, which I understand. We have to be mindful of staff time when it comes to things that a council member asks. However, the questions that are being posed here in the public's interest are the ones that are paying our salaries, are the ones that are paying our stipends as council members, and are the ones that are paying the services that they receive on a day-to-day basis. There's even been a public inquiry regarding the use of my mobile device and what I was reading at that council meeting, which further highlights that the community is definitely watching. The community is paying attention, and they are also seeking clarity and responses to those questions. I want to emphasize that the most important part of this equation is you, the taxpayers. You deserve to be at the table when these financial decisions are being discussed, because you are the primary stakeholders in this process. Because these questions go directly to the core of our current financial decisions, I respectfully request that staff provide a clear timeline for when both council and the public can expect a formal written response. Transparency, accountability, and public participation are essential, and I think we saw that tonight, especially when decisions of financial significance are being considered, like the ones we are doing tonight. As a council member, when I ran and I got elected, I have a fiduciary duty and a responsibility to my constituents to be honest and truthful. And that this decision is why I am struggling with the idea of even calling this current situation a fiscal emergency. A fiscal emergency usually means that a city is facing a serious financial crisis when revenues have collapsed and the city cannot pay its bills. Some of our residents are in a fiscal emergency. Increased prices, we just heard Mr. Maloney coming in and saying, we're going to pass that on to our residents. because it's going to cost him more money to keep the meat cold. And their revenues are minimal. All we need to do is look at the federal government. Medicare and Medi-Cal has been cut. Prescriptions have been cut. Social Security have been reduced, if not stopped. Because guess what? Our federal government doesn't feel you deserve it because you came in on either work visa or through TPS. I care about the seniors, and those seniors always come to me and say, can you read this to me? And it's disappointing when I have to read those notices and tell them they're stopping it because of this. Go talk to your attorney, get something in writing so that your services and your funds can go back so that you can at least be able to pay your housing. However, I do acknowledge that the city is experiencing a deficit. That alone does not automatically mean that we are in a fiscal emergency. According to our adopted budget, we received revenues of $70 million in general fund, which is on page 54, by the way, and another $70 million in special funds, which is on page 55. That's a total of $140 million. Let that sink in. $140 million is what our little city of Southgate gets. That's not including all of the capital improvement projects that we have going on and the grant funding. Based on these numbers, we don't have a revenue problem, but we do have a spending problem. Let me explain this to you. I'm going to go through the budget. I will go through specific pages because I have been doing my homework and I have been looking at the numbers. And if there's one thing you know about me, I look at the numbers, and the numbers speak. So on page 67, under employee services for fiscal year 24-25, this council adopted the budget of $63,475,579. We are now projected, according to our budget, to spend $64,088,551, which is $612,972 over budget. That's a spending issue. Now, for fiscal year 25-26, it is going to increase by $1,750,702 from the previous year. On page 68, under supplies and services, we adopted a budget of $60,353,435, but projected to spend $62,964,516. That's a total of $2,609,081 more than what was approved by this council. Again, a spending issue. Now, for fiscal year 25-26, it's going to increase to $9,579,012, again, from the previous year. On page 70 and 71, under capital outlay, which includes our capital improvement projects, the council adopted the budget of $25,573,760. Current projections shows spending $36,642,197, which is $11,063,437 over budget. That is a significant spending problem. Now, for fiscal year 25-26, we're projected, and it's increased by $50,443,588 from 24-25. Altogether, initially it adds up to $14 million in projected spending for 24-25. The new projection for 25-26 is a total of $61,773,302. So again, I cannot in good conscience tell my constituents, all of you, that we are in a fiscal emergency, when the real issue is that we are spending significantly more than what this council approved in 24-25. So before we use the language that creates fear and panic, we need to acknowledge the truth and focus on accountability, oversight, and responsible budgeting. So I want to come back to the question, are we truly in a fiscal emergency? Well, we clearly spend more than what this council has approved. So my question is, City Manager, City Attorney Luis, how did this happen? How do we exceed the amounts that this council approved? And does that align with our existing budget policies and internal controls? Again, I have a lot of questions. So I'm respectfully requesting that the city manager, finance director, and maybe our city attorney could help clarify this for us. Specifically, what authority does spending to exceed the adopted budget? What safeguards are in place to prevent this? And at what point is council required when spending begins to exceed its approved budget? So I think these are answers that are important, not only for the council, but also for the public. So we can clearly understand whether this situation really meets the definition of a fiscal emergency, whether it reflects a need for better oversight and a better budget management. So I am committed to working collaboratively to be able to strengthen the oversight, restore our fiscal discipline, but more importantly, to ensure the transparency and to be accountable to the public that all of us serve. I can continue, but I want to see how my colleagues are going to proceed, because the next thing that I'm going to do is provide a history lesson on our taxes. So I will hold that comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Rios? No, I'm sorry. Okay, you want to go this?
Okay, again, thank you all for coming. Over the last few months, I've had a lot of these same conversations with people in the community. And they're very important because a lot of things are posted on social media. And a lot of people came here tonight because they heard things on social media. And a lot of the people that I talk to on the phone or when I go to meetings, they refer to things that they hear on social media. And I caution people, you got to remember, some of the people that are running those pages, they have an agenda. They might not be happy with us, and they single some of us out. In fact, we've all been targets of attacks. But let me make sure that everybody understands this. This city has been facing a structural deficit for a long time. In fact, if you get on the city's website, you go to the search bar and you put budget, it'll take you to a section where you can see budget and transparency. And those of you that are at home, write it down, because I want you to fact check me, because I will not lie to you. This information is available. It's transparent. Now, if you get on that page, you'll see going to 2014, all the way to 2024, all these documents that are our financial records, okay? I'll go to the one in 2014. If you go to page 5, there's a paragraph that says, the city of Southgate continues to have a structural deficit. So we've known going way back then. But here's what happened that we addressed that issue. We had the 1 cent sales tax in 2008. What that did is that it allowed the city of Southgate to keep that 1%. There's another 1% that we're entitled to from your sales tax. Right now, the sales tax that you pay is 10.75%. 2% is ours. The other 875 go to the state and county. They are not our money. They're not ours. We had a presentation tonight that talked about the sales tax and the utility users tax in other cities. The other cities have other things. They collect money from the sale of cannabis. That was proposed here years ago, and our city rejected it. They don't want cannabis sold here. But in other cities, they approved it. Some cities have casinos to generate revenue. Our city was asked years ago if they wanted a casino. We said no. So we don't get revenue from these additional things. So we're basically stuck with the property tax and sales tax. So when you put all the taxes together, we are, if not the lowest, we are amongst the lowest in taxing our residents. This is a fact. It's a statistical fact. It's not an opinion. A lot of people that came up here tonight, they said a lot of words, and most of them were opinions. Identify the facts. Now, in 2019, just before COVID hit, the city manager that we had at the time, Mike Flad, he indicated on it, go to page 12 of that page, of the 2019, and he addresses the same thing. We have a structural deficit. However, because of the steps we took back in 2008 to increase that 1 cent sales tax, our employees took a 10% pay cut. All the employees, city manager all the way down, well, there was actually one employee in the whole city who refused to take that pay cut. I'm gonna leave that one out. But one employee failed to take a cut. But every single one of our other employees took a 10% pay cut. Then, a couple of years later, we still had an issue. And what we did is we offered an early out retirement. A lot of our employees took that. And those positions stayed vacant. We didn't fill them up. But it impacted service. And people, they don't call me up and tell me, hey, you know, I think we have too many code enforcement officers. Oh, I think we have too many police. On the contrary, people want more. But as we all understand, we have to live within our means, and that's exactly what we do. So again, we had the 1 cent sales tax in 2008. The employees took a 10% compensation cut. We didn't lay off people, but we gave a golden handshake to some people. They retired. We didn't fill the positions. And then we had the shopping center that came in 2014. So if you go back to that report I'm talking about in 2019, and that paragraph I'm talking about, it addresses those things that we took to address the deficit. In that, the city manager included a very important message. Because of these 4 decisions that the council has made, we are on strong financial footing. Then in 2020, now we're feeling the effects of COVID. All cities are struggling. And in 2020, 4 things have impacted our community, not just us. All the communities are facing this. An unfunded pension liability. I don't know if you went through that, Mr. City Manager, but maybe you can talk a little bit about the unfunded pension liability, the insurance for the city of Southgate, the health insurance of our employees, and the streetlight and landscaping fund. Let me be clear, that streetlight and landscaping fund, we're all responsible for the streetlight and maintenance of the landscaping. When we pay our taxes, that's where part of that goes. I'm talking like a property tax. And you know what? We haven't raised that in over 3 decades, over 30 years. We've not had an increase. And it's over $1 million that we have in a deficit on that. And we've never, ever, ever done anything to improve it. If you go back to the meeting of 2020, that was raised. That issue was raised here. We talked about it, and we once again kicked the can down the road. And at that time, we were not prepared to determine how much of an impact COVID was going to have on the city. So we never addressed raising taxes or anything. It was not the time. And today, those four things that I'm talking about have impacted our community to the tune of $11 million. Not a single decision that we made contributed to that $11 million. So again, I ask you, don't believe everything you hear, not even from me. Do your own research. Read on this on your own and see if this is something we overlooked. We didn't overlook it. So again, Mr. City Manager, if you can cover those four things a little bit, I would appreciate it. And again, I'll reserve some time for myself later on if I have to. But again, these issues are that serious. And what I'm going to say is the following. The voters have a right to decide whether they want to pay this tax or not. We should leave it to the voters. If we make a decision tonight or in the next couple of weeks to say, no, let's not put it on the ballot, then we've already made a decision for you that those cuts are going to take place. I don't think it's right that we make those cuts, but they're going to be necessary. It's like your own budget at home. You have Wi-Fi, you have cable, you have whatever expenditures you have rent, you have groceries. When your rent goes up, you don't say, oh, I don't want to pay it. You have to pay it. When your utilities go up, when your Wi-Fi goes up, when your cable goes up, you have to make decisions. Do I continue to pay for these things or do I generate more revenue? That's the position we're in here. So again, I don't think it's right that we make a decision for you on cutting services or that we raise taxes. By the way, the reason we're here is because in 1996, a proposition was passed that prohibits municipalities from imposing taxes. It's a 218 vote. It was Proposition 218. So from 1996 to the present, anytime there's a need for additional taxes, voters have to make that choice, not us up here. But if we make a choice tonight for you and saying we're not going to put this on the ballot, then we've decided whoever votes on not putting this on the ballot owns whatever cuts we made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Well, first of all, thank you to all the who are present here and the ones that were here earlier, and those on YouTube that are listening to this and everything that Council Member Hurtado has just mentioned. It did happen, and I can tell you that back in when something like this and increasing any revenue, increasing rates, increasing, council decided not to because we already had put in the 1% sales tax. And at the time, I remember council members and including myself, we don't want to put it, we don't want to put it on the back of the people. Let's cover it. But at one point, we knew that this was coming and this was going to happen. Unfortunately, COVID happened, and this is when everything went down. And you did not mention that back then, our employees did not take a raise at that time. They hold on to for 2 years. And we appreciate that. But when, and I do want to see the numbers, what Councilwoman Avalos has mentioned, because I know that every time that there is something that we need to pay, it comes to council and we approve it. We approve every expenditure that, that goes out. Because you guys don't do it just because you want, it's because we need to pay it. And I do want to see the numbers. We have to take responsibility. And the responsibility and accountability, I think that, it's something that we all need to take. Because, if she's talking about $11 million, and I know that every time that there's a expenditure, we vote for it. So we should know. But again, today is about putting the utility uses tax in the ballot. And again, we as council, we cannot do it unless, we put it in the ballot. And our decision is whether to put it in the ballot. And we need to give that opportunity to the taxpayers to decide what they want to do. Let them decide. Because if this doesn't happen, first of all, we are going to start seeing cuts on services. We're happy when we see all the events are happening, when we see our kids at the parks, and when you get the services that you get. But when cuts start happening, the first thing, it's going to have 100 of people here. Why are you cutting services? Well, this is the reason why. When our staff starts leaving our city for better paying jobs, well, this is the reason why. So we cut staff time, we cut all that. That means services. And it's the services, and it's all what we give our community. So that's something that we need to think about. And we need to let our residents decide. We're not gonna take it upon ourselves to decide what we should do with it, but let's have them decide. And again, our city manager is here, open doors for anybody that wants to come and have a conversation with him. We have Luis, our finance director, and social media can be whatever they want to say. But reality is reality, and the reality is here, and it's hitting us. So if you have a question, talk to a city manager, talk to our finance director, talk to any of our directors. We're here to make decisions that they provide us and they guide us to. And at the same time, we need you to also ask questions. If you're out there and YouTube here and have more questions, feel free to come and ask the questions. Don't guide yourselves by what other people are telling you. They might think that they know everything, but in their convenience. We have the books, we have the audits. So we're going to, well, it depends on council whether we're going to put it up or we're going to call this a fiscal emergency. We see it. If we don't do nothing, shame on us. But if we do something, it's all up to you. It's all up to the residents to decide. And you have that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's up to council to decide whether we call this a fiscal emergency in order for us to put it in the ballots. But I think we still have a couple of weeks that we can get more information, give the opportunity to our residents to come and ask for, come and talk, come and ask questions, phone calls, however. but please do. Please do. I recommend that you do if you have any questions. Don't rely on people that think they know without even looking at the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rios.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank the employees that are here, the residents, and of course, staff for being here. Also, everybody that's here at council. Appreciate everybody's involvement and contribution tonight. You know, a lot assumptions and moving parts are involved in municipal budget development process. There's a lot of things. It's not a very, it's a convoluted process. It involves many players, and it's complicated. You know, someone give a little history. The last 3 years, we've had 3 finance directors. Think about that. We should have had a red flag, right? Why are they leaving? 3 finance directors we had. Luis is the newest. A year ago, our budget deficit, and you're right, Councilman Hurtado is right. We have been talking about structural deficit for many years, but we were able to balance the budget at the end of the year. Just like this last year, we were able to balance the budget, but we run out of currency now. Now we can't look going forward. But, you know, but we lost 3 funds. Just think about it. There was something going on. And I don't think it's mismanagement. I really do not believe that it was mismanagement. It's just that we have a culture here. And it's, I noticed that we do certain things and sometimes I don't think everybody realized how serious it was. And now I think today it's hitting home, right? I think for a lot of people, for the community, that this is serious business. So like I said, a year ago was 3.5 million, the council, that's all we knew. Even the city manager, and all of a sudden, then 9 million, so 10 million. So we're a little surprised up here too, but a part of it was COVID. Remember COVID? We got $34 million from COVID the last 3-4 years. We had a lot of money to cover it up. So you couldn't see it. We're moving money around. And most councils around kick the can down the road. They don't want to impose taxes and do things. We've done some good things. We've done the sewer, we business license, we're trying to collect more fees, we're trying to do some things to generate some revenues, but we still got a ways to go. So tonight was about, you know, beginning to promote transparency and accountability. Some of my colleagues have mentioned it. And the key is getting community buy-in, because there's no guarantee if we put this on the ballot that it's going to pass. That's just putting it on the ballot. And I think that whether it's June or November, I think the votes are here to put it on sooner or later. But so the voters, so I think this time tonight is critical about building support, talking about how can we do a better job of managing. We need to engage the community in the budget process. We need to find innovative ways to cut costs, because there is, some people mentioned it is a spending. We do spend. We have spending. We haven't curtailed our spending. And I've been, my colleague here and others have talked about, let's hold off on spending. We were, 6 months ago, we had 54 vacancies. 54 vacancies. Myself and we asked, let's freeze them. These are people didn't happen. Just kept hiring people. So we do have a spending problem, okay? There's no question about it. We bought 10 cars recently, vehicles, new ones. It's just a lot of things going on that I think that we need to really, if we're putting this on the community, we really need to think about how we operate here. You know, because in the end, there's less federal aid coming down. There's probably reduced taxes, meaning that we're not going to generate as enough. We don't know what the numbers are. There's a lot of demand. We're seeing today a lot of demand, rising inflation. Everybody goes to the store You go to the market, you know what it costs. You see the cost. So there's a lot of concerns that I have. Today was interesting because some business people, and I talked to Maloney's meet, they're concerned. I've talked to other businesses. We just closed the Pescador on Tweedy and Atlantic. Maclovia in the Holiday area is another business. The owner is cooking meals for us when I go there. I said, and the other one, there's another fish place on Atlantic. He's bringing his. He had to let employees go, bring his family to run the business, because that's how difficult it is right now. So it's a very unpredictable economy right now. Very unpredictable. We're hearing about some of the cuts some of my colleagues made. The SNAP program. Cities this city is 100 years old. We just celebrated that, 100 años. And my street, I have a concrete, it's coming apart. The streets are, and we've seen it, potholes and this and that. We fixed Tweedy, we fixed Firestone, Long Beach, Garfield. We've done some good work. Council's done some good things, but we don't have monies for a lot of the streets. We're trying to make our way. We're trying to do the right thing. This city is also very dense. It has a lot of people, very dense, a lot of young age people with families. And when I heard the presentation for the Parks and Rec, I was taken back. And this is not the first time I heard it, but it's almost unacceptable to talk about closing the pool half a year, to talk about the crossing guards. I mean, how can we, and here we are talking about that Parks Matter, and the soccer youth program came today, and how it's kind of contradictory, right? I mean, we're talking about this. We need to do everything. We could do better. I think staff, this is the first round of going every department, looking at your budget and saying, this is what we need to cut. I really think that, and I've been in part of a number of budget processes, that you could do better. And maybe it's going to hurt a little, but the community is going to hurt too. So we need to think about this more seriously, I think, because this is and some of us can afford to pay 7% more on some of our utilities, and it has nothing to do with our employees, it has nothing to do with our staff, but not everybody can pay more. Some families are hurting. And we know from some feedback we got, and I think everybody knows. So, I think that, and I did talk to the city manager about doing something to kind of bring back spending, so that we can kind of, because what we're talking, even if this is to pass, look at the bright side, it passes. Say it passes. We're only at where we're at today. And there's increased need for mental health, for homelessness. We're talking about food insecurity. There's all these issues that are, governments are not used to addressing those issues. We're started to having to deal, because the community has an expectation that we have to deal with those kind of issues. So we're putting more resources into those things. Usually it was just city streets, public safety. Now we're dealing with other social ills in our community that's putting a burden on cities, infrastructure, cities' staff. Now, the staff is right. Pension costs has gone up, folks. You saw there's no, that's, and it's happening with a lot of cities. And we hear health insurance has gone up, liability insurance. We're paying more I see it. Street lighting and landscaping, all of that. So it's kind of, it's a perfect storm. Here we are today, having to kind of, but I think we have to, someone said today, why 7%? Why not 3%? Well, we know why, right? Kind of, but think about it. Some people would rather go easier rather than higher, right? I mean, because it's really, some people are having to make tough decisions. We have to, just like a family makes tough decisions, our family here has to make tough decisions too. Really, we have to make some decisions. So I'm of the opinion that we kind of have to look at revisit some of. I don't buy that. I wouldn't support those cuts for some things. There's some things that we need to really kind of revisit, and I think that moving forward, I think we need to get them community involved, because in the end, if it is, and I think it's going to go on eventually, one way or the other. Right now, let me just talk about the ballot. You need the majority to declare a fiscal emergency.
Unanimous.
Huh?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. I'm sorry, unanimous. For no June. For November, you don't need that. You just need a majority. Okay. So, but I guess during this time, let's work on getting this right, so that we do what's right for the city, for employees, for the community. I think by coming up with innovative ways without compromising services, really, quality services, I think we could do some good things, because cities do this. City of LA, county, everybody's struggling. They're all finding ways to do things. So we just need to, we only came with one option. There are other options. We took the narrative, this is the only thing, we had to put the utility tax. There are other options, folks. But we already were set on going in this direction. So those are my talking points for today, at least in regards to this issue.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pilar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Hurtado brought a really good point. And I'm going to ask our finance director over here, Luis, can you tell me how much revenue Measure P brings in on a yearly basis?
Yes, I can pull that up for you shortly. I don't have the number on the top of my head.
That's fine. So I'm going to read into the record the actual ballot that was posed to the voters in 2008. To preserve public safety and prevent significant cuts to city services by funding general city services such as hiring additional police officers, maintaining anti-gang and anti-drug programs, after-school parks, and recreation services. Graffiti removal, maintaining neighborhood parks, fixing potholes, and city streets, and other essential services. Shall the city sales tax be increased by 1 cent with a guarantee? And I'm going to highlight guarantee, because nobody here can guarantee anything. But we put it in this ballot measure. We guaranteed you, the taxpayers, the following: an independent annual audit, financial audits, expenditure reports, and this last one, I think, is what did it for voters: a Citizens Financial Oversight Committee. I have questions. Have we been honest and forthcoming with our taxpayers? That's what I want to know. So, back in 2008, 74.4%, it was approved by the voters. Do you know what that equates in votes? It only took 2,659 votes. Yet 100,000 residents are on the hook for that. And there is no sunset date. It's going to continue. And it equates, to be exact, 14.2 to 14.8. Yes,
It's
it
14.
fluctuates, but it's $14 million. And I asked our Public Works Director, how much does it take to pave one street, one residential street? And it estimated, I believe, 1.7 million per mile?
That's correct.
That's correct. We've been getting taxed for the last 16 years. Where are our receipts for any of those street improvements that we promised the taxpayers. So my question to city manager, city clerk, and city attorney, when will the next meeting be for Measure P on the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee going to be held? Who currently serves on this committee? How often does the committee meet? Can we provide any past agendas, minutes as to what the committee decided on how to spend the $14 million? How did the city meet its commitments? And how can I ensure that the community can trust council moving forward with the UUT if we don't have safeguards? They're called checks and balances for a reason. So that we know what the right hand is doing and what the left hand is doing. And I will be the first to tell you, City of Southgate residents, I'm sorry that I failed you because I did not know about this committee until I started doing my research. We have council members that have been here for much longer than I have, and city managers that were here when I arrived. Not one told this council member, by the way, we have this finance committee. So I have answers. Southgate, are we really in a financial fiscal emergency? Or do we really need to start looking within and seeing where we have failed you to regain the trust that you gave us? Because trust me when I tell you, when I found this out, I was heartbroken. I was heartbroken because it's our seniors that purchased their homes here many years ago that are now here. We all pay these taxes. And it only took 2,659 people to vote yes. And 16 years later, we're still in the same position. So from the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry, but trust me when I tell you, I will be looking more at these numbers, and I am waiting, like our council member Davila said, we have audits. Bring them on. I'll be more than happy to sit down and review those audits with our city auditor that is going to tell us really where are the concerns. Because I don't take it lightly to have to lay off an employee because of no fault of their own. I personally know what it feels like to lose your job, to lose your home, and to have to ask the government for a handout. And the government is not going to be there. The government is not here for you. And we're seeing that on a federal level. So I bring receipts and I have questions. So at this point, I would like to make a motion that we continue this until we have all of the data to really make an educated financial decision, but always taking to heart you, the Southgate residents that voted this proposition in. And I agree, you guys should vote. But I don't know that right now is the right time because I have a lot of questions. But if you tell me and I get those phone calls and you say, you know what, Councilmember Avalos, we want it in June, orale. Bring it on and let's see if it's going to pass. Because there were guarantees in the first one. I don't know if we're going to have guarantees in the second one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So I'll go ahead and take this time just to kind of go over a few things, but I first want to thank all the residents that are still here. I think it's very important that we have these conversations, and this is what I've been most excited about, was to have the back and forth, to listen to both sides, to be able to hear everyone's concerns regarding our budget. And, Councilwoman Avalos brings up a point regarding, how is it that, we're spending more from our approved budget. We do on every meeting get change orders or we get some type of update to certain, changes to spending, and we review it, we vote on it, we approve it as a body. And the majority of the time, if I remember correctly, we've approved 5-0, and we've done it consistently. When consent calendar items go through, I want to approve items 2 to 7. Let's go. We're going. And all those have those changes in budgets that we are responsible to be reviewing. And yes, we are reviewing. But I really want to stress to our residents, the way a city works is we have what's called a perceived budget, right? We adopt a budget with estimates, right? It's not a finite number. We estimate what we perceive our budget or our revenue is going to be, and we perceive what those expenditures will be. In mid-year, we update those. We do a mid-year budget. And sometimes, yes, we've showed that there's an increase in expenditures. And we do that to show that things have gone up in cost in that mid-year budget. And we've addressed that. We vote on it. We discuss it. We have meetings about it. So I really, I'm a little bit amiss to think that a council member felt that they did not have the information. Because, I mean, we all have the same access. We all have the same ability to ask the questions of our department heads and our directors. And we're able to be here and do the work that it takes to be well informed and well understanding of what our budget is really coming up with. There's questions that Councilmember Al Rios brought up regarding, why aren't we, fixing up more roads? Why aren't we doing changes to certain parts of our infrastructure in our streets? Well, those take gas tax money. Those are grants that our Public Works Department goes out and pulls in. Now, if we didn't have the 1% sales tax, let's imagine where we would be at today. That is, averaging anywhere between 8 to 14 million from 2014 to current, 2008 to current. Where would we be without those $160 million in revenue from that prop? I really want to have those discussions, but we have to have it honestly. We have to have it with facts, and we have to have it, with just the truth. And I think that that's something that we want to continue to do, because coming up here and giving half truths, it really is a disservice to the residents, because they're the ones that need to be well informed so they can understand what they're actually going to be discussing and voting on. I understand that, taxing anybody should be the last resort. And I think the city has done a really good job from 2014 to 2019 of finding ways to maneuver and to, find savings, and really to do what's called a very conservative approach of creating a anticipated revenue budget, right? They never overestimated. They never said, we're going to make X amount of dollars so we can spend X amount more. That's not what we did. Our staff back from 2014, and I went back and reviewed a lot of documents, have always said, we are having a structural deficit on certain funds, but this is how we handled it. This is how we did it. Our revenues were going up, but they were not keeping up with our expenditures. But why was the revenues going up? Because our anticipated revenues were very conservative. We went with a very conservative number, and then all of a sudden, when the end of the year came up, our numbers were higher in our revenue every year. That is what's called being responsible. That is what's called being conservative, and that is what's putting our residents ahead of anything else. Because a city could just say, hey, we have X amount of dollars, let's spend it. And then when we get in trouble, what were we going to do? There was a comment that was made that, other cities have had, the utility users tax for 14, 12, 13 years, and they're in trouble. Well, I think that should be applauded about our city. I think we should applaud what our city has been able to do for that time without the utility users tax. We've managed the budget. We've found ways to make savings. Our staff has took pay cuts. All right. What we have always done was be open about every contract that comes into our city, and we have a fair process where we vote and we make a decision based on the value for our residents. We do not do it based on anything else. And those are all on the record. And we can all go back and look at our decisions that we made in the past and how we voted on certain items. Councilmember Al Rios brings up that last couple months we purchased vehicles. So, I really wanted to applaud him during his time as mayor, because when he was mayor, we started doing our fleet management control. Our city manager at the time said, hey, what we're going to do? We're going to create a fund, a budget, to be able to say, this is how we're going to replace our fleet management. If we have something wrong with our cars, we have to be prepared for it. We have to budget for it, so it's not just an emergency that happens and all of a sudden we got to replace, all these vehicles. And that was done during your tenure as mayor. And I think that needs to be acknowledged, the steps that our city has done over and over again to find ways to be prepared for an emergency, for when we have, run out of ways to be able to do it. And when we purchased the vehicles, and Nelson, one of our residents, came in and said, why do we need electric lightings? Well, in the last, 2 months as auditor, I'm sure you've seen the Falcon fuel receipts, right? We're paying over $30,000, $40,000 on fuel for our fleet on a monthly basis. So should we not think of a cleaner, more inexpensive way to operate? How much in our audit, Mr. Auditor, do you see that goes to AutoZone, that goes to O'Reilly's? Those are all repairs that need to be done on our fleet because our fleet is aging. And we're constantly making repairs, constantly fixing things. So, I understand there's an idea that, we have to make responsible decisions. Well, I'm going to put it very simple. We all have homes. We all live in a residence. Let's imagine we have a leak in our roof. And we're saying, we're just going to keep patching it. We're going to keep patching it. Every year, I don't have money. Let's just keep patching it. I don't have money. Let's just keep patching it. Well, 1 year, I guarantee you, your roof is going to fall through. And what are we going to do then? Would it not be more responsible to find ways to repair the roof, to budget for it appropriately, to repair the roof once, and make sure it lasts for the length that you have it? I think that's the approach that our city has constantly done. And I'm just hopeful that our residents that are here and our residents that are listening at home pay attention, listen, learn as much as you can. Understand that my door is always open, and I'm sure all the council members have the same open door policy. We want to be able to hear from you and answer the questions that you have. But it's okay to say, I don't know the answer. It's not okay to make up an answer. And that's where I want to make sure we get to. Let's know the answer. Let's answer it accurately, with truth, with honesty. And let's be better about that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Councilman Rios.
real quick, a couple of comments that were made about we should have audits and stuff. I asked the city clerk to post something up. This is a certificate. Can you explain that, Mr.? Who's the best one? You.
Sure. So the GFOA reviews annual audits and determines whether we meet the criteria set forth by the GFOA for excellence in financial reporting. And this city has, for at least the last 10 years, received this award. This is actually not the latest one. We actually received one for our 2024 financials as well. And I think this gets to something I wanted to talk about a little bit because.
Well, before you do, let me interrupt. And then you can go.
Sure.
Don't lose your thought.
Sure.
Write it down if you have to. this is yearly. We do get this certificate, this award for excellence in financial reporting. We do this all the time. And if you're wondering about audits, every time we have a meeting, we have an auditor that reviews all the things that we spend. Who's our current auditor right now? Mr. Rios is our auditor. And he tells us, I reviewed all the things that we're spending on, and I make a motion to approve, and then we approve on what he says. Prior to that, who was that? It was you. And how long did you last? 3 years. 3 years. And before you?
It was me.
Was Pilar Avalos. And every year that my colleagues come in here and they say, we reviewed everything, we approve based on what they're telling us. So we do this every 2 weeks. This is not something like, oh, let's hold it a secret or whatever. No. And by the way, all the expenditures are up there for people to see. It's in the budget. It's in what we're going to have. What item is it tonight, Mr. City Manager? Do you know? It's item 12 tonight, the audit, and you reviewed it, right? And tonight, I want you to hear what he has to say. He's going to tell us whether we should approve the expenditures. Things that we have approved, he's going to tell you, he's going to tell us whether he wants us to approve what we're spending. And before that, for 3 years and before that, Ms. Avalos told us, approve what I read, what I reviewed. So to suggest that no one's reviewing it, that's not true. And by the way, I'm okay with what they tell us because I review them myself, just to make sure. And they do a great job, by the way. I've never questioned anything on what they point out because they do a great job. Ms. Avalos did a phenomenal job. And let me tell you, I was really impressed when she actually did, and I'll tell you why. Because I think that the first year I came on, I was the new one. And I was like so terrified. I didn't want to make a mistake. And she came on right off the bat, and she learned how to do that, and she did a really good job. And again, I applaud her. I applaud Mr. Rios for what he's doing now. And I applaud Mr. Mayor. Huh? You just started, but I know, I see him in the office reviewing every document. So again, it's not like no one reviews these things. And transparent, they're going to be there available to you. If you want to get on the city's website, you're going to see all the expenditures that are being paid, and we approve them. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, you were talking about something.
Well, I think for the most part, the point I want to make here is that as part of our annual audits, plural, we go through multiple audits every year. As a matter of fact, we're just in the final stages of this year's financial reports, and we're reviewing the draft and going through that with the auditors. But I will say that because I think Councilmember Avalos kind of asked about this. You know, there's I think a misunderstanding about what an adopted budget means versus a projected year-end amount. I think it's really important for the public to understand that there is no lack of financial controls. I think that's what's being alluded. The financial controls in the city are rock solid. I could tell you that being in this role. I could tell you that having worked for multiple other cities. I could also tell you that as part of the annual financial audit that we do, the auditor pulls random transactions, and we're talking hundreds of them, randomly, and ensures that we follow the proper procedure for each one of those. And we have not had audit findings that say that there's issues with our financial controls. The spending is legally constrained at the levels council sets. The budget is a living document. You start with an adopted budget, which is your baseline, and that gets modified every single meeting. There are appropriations, some of them are offset with revenue, some of them are not, but this document changes by the meeting. When we get to mid-year, we make significant changes to the budget, and then the ultimate ending budget
is very different than when you started. These are all natural parts of the financial process of a city. And I think it's really important for the public to understand that the financial reporting here is solid, that every single dollar is accounted for. We can trace every single dollar. If the community has any questions about where money is going, let's find it. We'll find it. It's going to be somewhere in this book. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Luis. So can you tell us when we're expected to get that as council? Because I really want to dive into it.
Sure. So typically that's in March. So we're a few months away.
Yeah.
We have a draft version of it.
Can I get a copy of the draft
We're-
version? so
It's
that I
not
can
ready
review
for
it?
publication, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah. There are numbers in there that need to be vetted. And I don't want numbers that are incorrect to go out to the public. But
Then I guess we'll have to wait until March. Thank you.
right.
Can I say this one more thing?
Yes, go ahead.
And we got a long night ahead of us still. And I just want to point out that, we were talking about youth programs. Volunteered for over 30 years at the park. And to the people who run the AYSO, God bless you folks, okay? But understand something. There's different types of taxes. When children sign up at the JAA, it's an $80 tax. The people who sign up at AYSO, Southgate Aquatics, they're being taxed for participating. And only those people get taxed, not everybody else, only those people. Yeah, and the notion of saying, why don't we start charging people to park on the street? That's a good idea. But ladies and gentlemen, that's a form of a tax, because you're taxing people to park on the street. There's no way around it. Anytime you spend money on something like that, it is a tax. And the only people that will pay that tax are the ones that are parking on the street. Maybe that will help our parking issue, because some people will use their driveways instead of parking on the street. But no matter how you slice it, it's a tax. And I just want to point it out. A tax is a tax no matter how you cut it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd just like to just add one more thing, if I may. I think there was a comment that was made that, and I respect the business owners that came in today, with their discussion. And I think that there's a question that we all have to ask ourselves as well is, how many times do we just shop in Southgate? I mean, how many times is that where we only are spending our dollars because we don't want to pay a utility users tax? I mean, I'm pretty sure that a lot of us go pay at a restaurant in Downey, or we'll go eat in Cerritos, or we're going to go to Long Beach and go, have dinner with the family at the Pike. All those restaurants are being imposed a utility users tax, right? And we're going out and spending that money every day, right? You go put gas, or you go put, you go buy something at a store, at a Best Buy in Downey or a Best Buy in Compton, they have a utility users tax. It's built in already. So I really don't understand the idea that, how can we do that to our residents? Our residents are doing it to themselves already, because every resident I've spoken to has told me, hey, why can't we get more of these things in our city? I have to go to this city to go do it, right? And so they're spending their money in other places and using the utility users tax and paying it to other cities. So what I'm asking is, we need to really ask ourselves, what are we trying to solve? And, Councilmember Avalos made the comment that, well, I guess we can wait till March. I will ask, the youth organizations and the parents that are going to walk their kids down the street, hoping that their kids make it to school safely because we don't have crossing guards. Can we wait till November to do so? Because they're going to have to, figure that out for the entire time. And actually not really November, because we probably wouldn't get our revenue and be able to budget accordingly till later on that following year. So it would be a whole year's worth of trying to figure out if we wait till November to do it. So I don't think it's worth it. I've lived here for way too long. I'm raising my family here. I'm trying to make sure that my kids love this place as much as I loved it growing up. And I think we're worth the investment. I think your kids are worth the investment. Each family, and I think we haven't really touched on that. And I think that's a point that I would love to be able to make today, City Manager, is just if you can provide an estimate of what an average family would cost. And I think we had a slide or prior that had that estimate before that showed what an average family would pay if we had the high amount, the mid amount, and then the low amount. Slide 48 on the presentation, because I think that's just something that is important. And I do want to bring up a point of why I bring this up. And I'll do it while you're looking it up, because I had a group of high school kids from Southeast High School political team come in to our city and want to learn about how a city council meeting runs. And what I gave them was a perceived agenda item that we needed to look at a way to finance our lighting and landscaping fund, that because we need to get more street lights in our cities. And what we did was we asked them, here's the options. Option one is we're going to cut staff so that we can get it done. We'll cut the staff, we'll do this. Our police department is going to cut this. And then option two was a perceived utility users tax. Option three was waiting for grants that could take anywhere between 10 to 15 years to be able to accumulate to do that. And at first, all of the kids, oh, we don't want no taxes. We don't want no taxes. We'll wait the 15 to 20 years to get it done. And then when I said, what if it would cost the average family anywhere between $400 to $500 a year, $40 to $50 a month? Would that change your mind? And the kids were like, that's it? Now, again, they're not paying the bills. I understand that. But that's the kind of conversations I think we need to start having is, do I think my community is worth me spending $548 to make sure that these programs are here? I believe it is. I believe it is.
I think actually it would be less than that. The 548 is the average cost of an example of the utility bill, but the actual payment is the other columns.
Right.
For instance, 38 times 12 would be in the neighborhood of
456.
420 or
That,
430.
right. So I think that's important, right? We need to start having these conversations and really asking our residents, okay, now if I had to, for instance, I'm going to use a really easy example that I've given most of my coaches that I coach at the Southgate Junior Athletic Association. If we had to cut one season, what are you going to do with your daughter or your son for the fall season? Oh, I'll just take them to another city. Great. What city? Oh, I'll take them to Downey Ponytails, or I'll take them to Downey JAA, or I'll take them to Downey AYSO. Well, their fees are way higher than what our city is charging. A lot higher. It would cost my daughter to play in Downey about $400 for that one season. So the cost of that one season pays my utility users tax. That's the kind of question for the year. That's the kind of question that we need to start having, the conversation we need to start having with residents. And it really is as simple as breaking it down to that level. Because I think when we do that, I have to start asking myself, why are we fighting over cents? When we have children's lives at risk, when we have safety, community safety at risk, why are we fighting over cents?
Well, can I jump in here, Mayor? That was a good observation. But here's the other side to it. We only have one plan, and that is the UUT. How about if the voters vote? We don't have another plan. And I don't like the plan that was presented today. And I think we have to do better. We have to do better than that.
As council and as a governing body, we have a lot to say as to what we cut and what we don't cut. All that we are presented tonight is what each department is suggesting. Am I correct, City Manager?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's also cry wolf. I think it's a scaring the community too. I think it is. There's some of that truth because And I don't want to go into detail, put anybody on, but there are some details that I could share that would highlight that. And I don't think this is,
Let's share it. Let's share it. Let's be honest.
well,
I think I've been very honest. So for me, I'm sorry, I'm going to say no until I get my questions answered. Only until then will I say, you know what, let's go ahead and do this. But again, I have a lot of questions and I need to find out.
Yeah.
When does that oversight financial committee meet?
Yeah.
Why did they stop meeting? Because at the end of the day, we are bestowed to the taxpayers. I'm bestowed to my constituents. That's who I'm bestowed to. So for me, that's what it's going to take. Respectfully, thank you.
Well, we had a motion to recess to the next agenda.
Mr. Mayor, may I just really quick and just thinking back, I've been living in the city for the past more than 40 years. Back then, we had less activities, whether in the park or in the streets, the police department, because of the amount of residents that we had back then. It's a beautiful city. I mean, that was when General Motors and the Firestone side they were working out, obviously. But the budget is not the same. Budget's completely different from 40 years, 20 years to now. Now we have 3 new parks that we need staff for. We have a total of 28 schools that we need crossing guards. When we were working with LAUSD to get those school builds, we knew, the city knew at that time that they were going to need more crossing guards. And the last thing that I want to jeopardize, it's a single life on a child in crossing guards. Losing those crossing guards, because they are very essential for every parent that crosses those lights, and those who don't have lights also. So everything has changed. That we are not living in last year compared to this year, everything has gone up. But at the same time, we need to do something as a council, and I think that's our responsibility to take it to the voters and let them decide. Why am I going to take that away from them? If they don't want to vote on it, all they can do is say no. But give them the opportunity to decide what they want to do for the need of the community. And this is a need. And we can talk as much as we want. We can ask for information as much as we want. But if we do not make a decision, whether it's a yes or a no, very simple. But to me, my responsibility is take it to the voters, let them decide. I'm not going to make that decision for them. They're going to do the decision themselves. Have them decide whether they want to tax themselves or not. And every single one of us have that responsibility. And I'm not going to hold up some decision that we can make in order for our residents go out and cast their vote. That's democratic process. Let them do it. And let's have them do it. And my responsibility here is make a decision. We see the need. It's not that we don't see it. We see the need. But I do not want to take that responsibility and saying, no, I don't want them to do it. Okay, okay. Let's wait for the cuts. Say that they already gave us a number of cuts that we asked them. We asked them to give us a cut, and that's what they are presenting us. Because they know what it's needed, but at the same time, we know that any cut that is made, we're not going to like it. But what is it that we need to do? But I think that we as council, we need to make that decision to take it to the voters. Have them, let them decide. If they don't want to vote on it, that's their right. But you know what? At least we did something. And not for them to say that we're not doing anything about it. Because we are doing something about it, and I think that's something that we need to think about.
Yeah, I just want to jump in here. I appreciate everybody's input here. I think tonight was the beginning of involving a little bit of the community, which I think is important to get those different perspectives. Also employees that were here, and that's good. And I think they're going to tell us based on today, in the coming days. I'm going to be out there listening to people. I think because a lot of times we know a lot of this, but the community doesn't know. And I think they're becoming aware. And I think we have to build community trust, we have to build community. They have to, if they don't feel comfortable with us up here, or they don't trust that we're telling them truth, then this is going to go down. So I'm very concerned about that. And I'm also concerned about having a better plan than the one we have tonight, folks. I'm sorry, but I've been to organizations where you look better, and there's other ways of improving it. And we never had to do this. So at least in recent years that I've been here. So I think we could be more innovative. We could really look at, and I think it's hard for people to cut their own departments, but I think that's something we could do more. Better. And I just, and I think that's something we've heard some of the concerns. We have survey information that tells us information. So we could do better.
So you want to bring it back in 2 weeks? I'm fine with that. And then since you're retired now, Mr. Rios, Mr. Vice Mayor, you're able to meet with staff for the next 2 weeks. You can set up some meetings for him. That way, when he comes back, and Steph, I'm going to recommend the following. Take input from him as to what he wants to be appropriate. What's more, in other words, no, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just saying, go through the things that you think we might not cut and make recommendations, and we'll consider those, because I think you're right. I think everybody, look, I trust our staff. That's why they get paid. And they showed me things, and I said, yeah, my God, is there something else we could do? And I wasn't happy with the cuts they're proposing. I'm not happy with them either. So you're able to, because I'll do the same thing. You're able to sit down with them and
we should all
come back. Oh, we can't.
Well,
we can't as a group. The law prohibits us from getting together.
So then let me go ahead
It's
and
a-
propose that we reactivate the budget committee, which was Al and myself, because I remember I've had a conversation with our city manager. There are other options. We can do a bond where it's going to go specifically for the streets and the sidewalks. And we are limiting those funds specifically for that. Oh, but we want to generalize it because we all want it to go to the general fund so that then we can allocate wherever we need it. I don't know that that model has been working for us. When we had $14 million and we were supposed to have an oversight committee reviewing it, and we haven't. So in the conversations I've had with residents, they asked me, can you guarantee me that part of that money is going to go to potholes and to my sidewalks? Sorry, I can't guarantee that. And can this council guarantee that? No.
No.
Unless we have it in a restricted fund. If it's in a restricted fund, hey, we're going to be good. It might take us a while to reach $1.5 million in that pot of money. but at least we know for a fact, and it's set in stone. We can only use that money for potholes and sidewalks. Those were the safeguards that were not put in that proposition, in that measure back in 2008. So now everything goes into the general fund. So yeah, I want an accounting as to where that money went. How was it allocated? Where are the invoices? Because we're going to be audited. I'm sure it's been audited. So I would really like to look at those numbers.
Yes, Councilman Member, we can provide you the audited financials for those years. I just also want to put into context that $14 million or so that we get from Measure P, that's a significant portion of our general fund, and that is going to support general city services all throughout in the distribution that I've talked about before. If we can go back to the slide that talks about 55% for police, and like when we talk about where this $14.5 million goes, it gets spread to support all of the departments. You know, I think you heard the Public Works Director mention that of his whole entire operation, that's, you know, over $100 million. I think you said it was about, how many million is general fund?
I believe it's just over 7 million.
So 7 million, right? And so that's already half of that 14 million going to support public works. So I'm more than, and I think the city manager has said it several times, I think it's important that we work on this collaboratively. We're open to those meetings, suggestions, feedback. And I think that's the beauty about the overall process that's already in place in terms of the budget. There's an opportunity for all of council and the public to provide their feedback. And this is an iterative process. This is step one. You know, we were asked, you know, how can you operate with this target? The target that was shown earlier is a significant target. It's a large target. And so as department heads, we looked at our operations and we try to keep core services, what we thought were core services based on our experience, and ensure that we can keep the lights on and keep essential things going and still meet that target. But there are, I think, 1,000 different ways that you can achieve a $9.4 million cut. I think that's where, you know, the voices of council are incredibly important to help us kind of make those kind of decisions. And then the last thing I want to say, just since I have the mic here, is, you know, this isn't a magic bullet. I don't think it's staff's intent to make it seem like this is going to be the solution to all of our problems. I think that it is key, but we've talked about this before. I think there's an active effort to look at our operations, make efficient changes or efficiencies. I think the city manager has said publicly that it is his intent to cut where we can, even if this measure passes. But it is also a combination of all of these things you're seeing on the screen. And I think it's going to be a combination of different approaches that's going to keep the city headed in the right direction. I don't think it is going to be where the UT is the answer to all of our problems. I think the message should be, this is one of many things that as a city we need to do in order to be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had a motion to adjourn, and then you second?
Yeah,
right?
I second.
So we had a
continue.
first and a second. First was Councilwoman Pilar Avalos, and then second by Councilmember Gil Hurtado. Yeah. It's just to continue.
Next meeting.
No, just to continue the, yeah.
But we're leaving?
We're leaving.
Sit
You want to
still.
go home now?
Sit still.
By the way, that was just item one. I was like, yes, city manager.
Did you get it? You're good? Okay. If it was all right, I could add just a few comments. We had
Sure.
a few things asked, and I think there's an opportunity to there's certainly decisions that can be talked about of if we aren't going to get more revenue, then we could do cuts. What would those cuts look like? What we're proposing is if we did any cuts, they wouldn't have to happen until July 1st. There's months and months and months of discussion about how to do the cuts and how to lay them out. The time pressure in the next till the end of February is the decision of whether to put something on the ballot. That's, in my mind, the key decision. If it's decided to put it on, we can talk about the budget. If decide not to put it on, we'll have to do the cuts in July. We can talk about the cuts. But, as far as if we were to order the priority of the decision making, I would just recommend we should make a decision first on the ballot measure. That being said, I did want to clarify a few things. In talking about trust, that's obviously very important in finances, and city budgets are very complicated. And, I hope for respectful dialogue. I can't guarantee it, but I will always try with anyone who asks questions to be respectful, or if they seem to be thinking differently than me, I try to stay calm. I try to ask questions to clarify, but I know it's, maybe fashionable, or it can be something that happens where people might see something they don't understand and then allege instantly it's misappropriations. Like I see, and it's well-meaning. It's, I'm not saying it's mean-spirited, but I think it's always good to question maybe, hey, why do you have some electric trucks running around that are new? Isn't that a waste of Southgate tax dollars? Great question. Love to answer it. You know what? Not only are they cheaper, as the mayor mentioned, to operate, but guess what? None of those are bought with any Southgate tax dollars. They're bought with AQMD money we get from the state and used to get from the feds for electric vehicles to electrify our fleet. It's not general tax. It's not from the taxpayer. They're extra money we get from elsewhere. So we go and look for every dollar we can. I've never seen a city be so successful getting dollars that aren't from our taxpayers. So we do that for the electric trucks. That's the answer. And so I would appreciate people to ask the answer. I've talked to probably 30 people. They have great questions, and we work through it. And in the end, they realize there's reasons for every single one of these things. Look at us wasting taxpayer money on that logo on Tweety that just went in last week. Zero taxpayer money is used for that. Why? Because staff spent like 8 years hustling and finding grant money from everywhere but Southgate taxpayers to cobble together money. I think it's 12 million or 15 million for for the Tweety Road complete project. We did 2/3 of it last summer. We're doing the rest this year. Zero taxpayer dollars. So when we talk about, wasted spending or reckless spending, why are you doing logos when you should pay for parks? We can't. Those monies came because of efforts to find ways to help our community because we don't have the funds. It's a great story to tell, not allegations of misappropriation, but I understand people need education. Please ask the questions. Happy to answer them. We got nothing to hide. I say amazing. I came to, when I was first looking at this city as an opportunity to work, I'm like, maybe a city that struggles get with revenue. And as I'm driving around, I'm looking at Firestone with great roads and medians, and I'm seeing construction on Long Beach with medians and Garfield, and I see, a beautiful park. I see new parks being built. I'm like, how is this city doing it? It's impossible. There's no way they have that revenue. Exactly. They don't. We don't. We can't build these new things, but it takes hustle. And so I think it's great, but it doesn't look that way from the outside. It looks like you're building brand new urban orchard when you can't even pay your bills for police officers. $30 million urban orchard park, zero Southgate tax money is used to build it. But how is the public supposed to know? Ask the questions, and I look at questions here about, like, please ask them. There's some critics that I've heard from repeatedly in our community. I've offered multiple times, please come and let's talk, because you're alleging all these things. You just need more information. But I also understand some people don't want to get those answers. But when questions get asked, we ask them. There's questions about why didn't we put a hiring freeze on? We've wasted money. The problem is when we talk about the 32 full-time positions we have 365 full-time, I think, roughly 349. Sorry, 349 is our latest cap. When we talk about having to still keep cities functioning, so that means 85% of those staff have to be here. So if we just freeze everything, we have 9 dispatchers to handle 911 calls 24/7. We can't function with 8. We can't function with 7. We had 4 vacancies as part of that time when we had those vacancies. It's reckless to say just freeze everything. It doesn't make any sense. You know, we were allowed to hire up to 81 police officers. We had 6 police officer vacancies. To just go to 81, that's still not hiring those extra 5. We're not hiring the extra 5. We're freezing them until we get direction. But to not fill those is not being good stewards of operating this city effectively. So I can understand from the outside, it can look different ways, but we do a lot of work. There's qualified people here that do a lot of work. We have qualified counsel that we vet these things, and they, as was mentioned, approve these budgets year after year after year. We get audited. We get awards. We'll answer any question you want. There's nothing to hide. So I just would encourage people to forward those questions, book time with me, with Lewis, send it in by email. I've responded with responses to people by email. I've met in person with people, whatever you want. Council members, you know, please send your questions in ahead of meetings is always best. You know, Councilmember Avalos, I know you had a list of questions back in November. We met December 3rd, yourself and myself and the finance director to answer those questions. And I think you found at the end of that conversation that there was some concerns and there was some things that looked bad, but once you heard more, you saw that, you know what, it's not an issue. We'll have another list of questions I'm sure you can forward, but I think it's always best to start with, let's see if there's a good explanation rather than, oh my gosh, you know, everything's wrong, because it isn't. And we're trying hard, and then all that, I just want to say, let's try to work on getting a trusted foundation for this, because we're not hiding anything and we're transparent. But then no matter what that trust and those answers end up with, it gets back to the real question here is services cost money. How many services do we want? What can we afford with the money we're getting now? Are we happy with that level of service? We gave an example with the money we're getting now, what service really will have to be adjusted to. And that's a $9 million cut. And then people say we have a spending problem. It's like, well, we're trying to meet the needs of the community and we're 9 million too high. And I get questions every week. Why don't we have more and more and more and more? I think a lot of our council members do too. More parking enforcement, fix my roads, do this. That's just adding more. And we're saying, okay, do you want even more services than that? We can't afford the ones we have. So it's a question of how much services do we want, and then do we want to pay for them? That's fine. And if, you know, again, if this item went to the ballot, and that's really the decision before the voter, they would say, we want the services we have now and maybe more, or we don't want to pay more, we'd like less service. So that to me is the core question before us. That's my own thoughts. I just wanted to say the door's open. Happy to be transparent, answer any questions from the community, from the council. Ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. I just want to take the time also to open it up to our City Treasurer, if I may, before we vote. And I'm sorry that we've been having a lengthy conversation.
No problem, no problem. It's been an interesting conversation all night, and you know, I don't want to repeat everything you've already heard, but you know, a lot of great comments were made, a lot of good insight, and that also includes what some of Councilwoman Avalos has mentioned, and for many years, and Buckley also mentioned it tonight. There was a message that was going out to the community about a surplus, and surpluses. That's what we heard during the budget meetings. I think where there's an erosion of trust comes from the message that's been going out for many years, and then yes, in of course the budgets, there's been structural deficits. Those have been brought up as well. So both sides of what I've heard this evening is true. It's true. I was not aware of some of the items that Ms. Avalos mentioned about an oversight committee. That's concerning. That should be looked into immediately, because that should be formed as soon as possible. So we regain that trust. When we make a promise to our community, we should fulfill that, so they could entrust us with more to be able to do more for them. I think what we're hearing tonight is nothing new. There is a structural deficit. We need to be as transparent. We need to own it when we've fallen short. And I think we can't gloss over things, and we can't just pretend, we've all been on the same page. I think everyone has their different views and opinions as, the, public would expect from us. Different council members, different views. But all of you have been put in this position. It's not an easy one. And these are the tough decisions that the public really voted, you guys to take, this position to really dive in deeper, make the tough decisions. This problem is only going to get worse year over year. Insurance rates are going to keep increasing. Inflation is still on the rise. And we have an aging infrastructure. None of that is new. But, what action needs to be taken, this needs to go to the voter. This, at the end of the day, that's my recommendation, personal recommendation. I'm not for more tax, but I see the challenge that we have ahead of us. And I think every resident, every voter deserves an opportunity to voice their opinion. That's at the ballot. And whether, I'm going to support it or not, that's not, for tonight or for debate. I think this needs to go to the voter, or we need to start really diving into making those cuts, and we need to do them prior to July. We know we have a problem, and if we're not going to put this in front of the voters, then we need to take action immediately. We shouldn't wait till July. And, we know the target, we know the number. How we achieve that number is really up to you, and the services that need to be cut, which ones stay and which ones don't. But that's my personal opinion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you're going to take a vote, please?
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Davila, Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes.
So
Thank
this agenda item is coming back February.
No.
January
January
27th.
127.
In 2 weeks.
Where are we?
All right. Consent, I'm sorry, no, comments from the audience for non-agenda items. If any member here in the audience would like to make a comment for a non-agenda item, go ahead and open it up to members here. All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask to close the public comment section. Is there any emails?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one email from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who
Thank you.
criticized the city's longstanding failure to properly manage the Department of Community Development. He states that it has not functioned as an economic engine or supported a viable business community. He urged the city council to bring in outside experts to overhaul and properly staff the department. He warns that continued inaction will lead to ongoing economic stagnation and revenue shortfalls. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and close the public comments. We'll go ahead and start the reports from the departments. I know you guys have already reported quite a bit. If you guys would be as kind to make this as quick as possible. I'll go ahead and start with Public Works. Go ahead.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you.
Nothing to report.
Thank you.
Nothing to report as well.
Thank you.
Nothing to report. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Chief.
Nothing to report.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Thank you.
Lot to report,
All
just
right.
not now. Just not now. It's about timing.
Thank you.
Nothing new to report.
Thank you. City Clerk?
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council? Councilmember
Yes.
Ramos?
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with Assembly Bill 1234, I did attend Vector Control last week, and during the meeting, we installed a new president and newly elected secretary treasurer. The new trustees were also sworn in. There were several, one from Carson. There was another one from another city. So they got their new assignments, and so we are going to be assigned to the different committees that they have within Vector Control. Just want to remind our residents that due to the recent rains that we have all experienced, just to remind them to make sure that they empty out all of the water that is around their homes to prevent any mosquito breeding, given the fact that they love to breed in water, and sadly, they do bring a lot of illnesses with them. Again, COVID is still here. Please make sure you're wearing your mask. You take care of yourselves and others. A lot of my students have been out because of the coughing and the vomiting, and so let's just be mindful of our health and those that we are around. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rios? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Davila?
I was waiting to be last. No, just kidding. No, nothing to report, but just happy retirement to Elle.
Yes.
Oh, yes, congratulations. Vice Mayor.
Yes, sorry.
So real quick, just Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Chief of Police, we've got to see if we can do something to address what's happening with the thefts of copper, because they've been hitting Spectrum, and we've had, this week alone, we've had three outages on internet, but we've also had the thefts to Southern California Edison. Now, let me make sure that my message gets across. I think we need to figure out how to work with the district attorney's office or whatever to address. We're not going to catch these people stealing, but the people buying these things have to be held accountable because they're encouraging this theft, and it's happening a little bit too often. But again, we have to acknowledge that there's a problem with the theft of copper, and it's happened with Spectrum this week alone 3 times, and it's happened with Southern California's Edison Lights at least 2 times in the last couple of weeks.
It's not on the agenda tonight, so I'll be
No,
brief on this, but
yeah.
as city manager knows, I've been working on this issue with a major telecommunications company, very familiar with the topic of copper wire theft. In fact, tomorrow afternoon, I have an in-person meeting with Sheriff Luna to discuss about what they're doing there. Huge problem, huge problem. City of Los Angeles estimates there are about $100 million in damages that they're still trying to figure out. There's an assembly bill by Mark Gonzalez, AB 376, that came into effect January 1. It's a good start. More can be done. Happy to discuss more on that issue there because for a long time it's been viewed as just a property crime. It's not a property crime. It's an accessibility crime. It's a safety crime. It is a health crime. And it's in some respects, it can make the difference between life and death if those lines are cut. It is amazing what is going on in other parts of the state. People are cutting wire in Central California on 2 ends in order to delay 911 communications of police in that area. Very sophisticated. There are instances where construction crews dressed up as construction crews are going out in the middle of the day and just pulling out the wire, and everyone thinks, well, it must be there because it's during the day and they're wearing the jersey. Happy to talk to you about that, and happy to talk to the chief about that.
Great. And the reason I bring it up is because people on social media are bringing it up as they should. And I think that not discussing it tonight would not have been appropriate because I'm sure we all have heard about this. The other concern I had in terms of the safety in regards to that was that those people that have, for example, Ring, it relies on Wi-Fi. It's a security issue. So we got to make sure that we're addressing this and at least letting our community know. And maybe you could put something on social media with people. Again, there's not direction. There's a suggestion, right? You get direction from your boss over there. Let's see what else I had. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just
Oh,
want to
and
wish
get better on your
everybody,
foot. And Ms. Pilar
happy
Avalos.
Martin Luther
and-
King.
Yes, Martin Luther King. And Ms. Avalos, get better on your foot.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rios, congratulations on your retirement. Vice Mayor.
All right. Do the Rams, we couldn't see the Rams. I went to Pico Rivera, they were the same situation, so it was crazy.
Niners.
I had to go to Brown So to watch it because they have AT&T. I had to go.
You feel you could get some compensation for, you were paying high cable and then, anyway, I'm gonna go on. Okay, so we got a notice on that the libraries are closed, in the county, our city, both of them, and and it seems like they're gonna be delayed from opening, and it's been already too long. And I'm wondering if the city can do anything. I mean, just to open up a space for kids to study or something, a safe environment. The park is usually open, hours where kids could come and just, do homework. I mean, because if the libraries have been closed for a long time, and sometimes the home environment is not a good thing for, maybe I should look at Tina, because, just a place where, we could staff it so that kids could do homework. Because right now, reality is that, and I don't know how long that's going to be, something to think about, and if we already have staff around that we could give a certain amount of hours, something to look at. The other thing is ICE. I know they were in the community. Chief, did they call you? Because an email went out, said that they contacted our department.
Yes, sir, that is correct. That morning, they called and they said that they were going to do an enforcement. But enforcement could mean they were going to go out and look for a criminal, maybe was wanted for like wanted charges, as opposed to immigration enforcement. They weren't specific as to what they were going to be doing in the city, but they did call that morning.
Interesting. Okay, because that's the first time that you had contact with us.
That is the first time that we get a call from.
But they've been in our community many times, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, just want to. That's all.
Thank you to everybody. And again, thank you to the directors for your presentations today. I just want to keep it very short, and I just want to, just ask that maybe we can close today's meeting in memory of Renee Good. It's a story that's very sad, and I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that a life was lost. That was, I'll say, my opinion is that it shouldn't have been, and I'll leave it as that. But if the council would allow me to adjourn the meeting in her memory, I would appreciate it. Thank you. And then let's go to consent calendar.
Agenda items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are consent calendar items, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and open it up to any member left here in the audience. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. If you have any comments, Robin, regarding the consent calendar items, seeing none. Okay. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Any questions here?
I'll make
Yes.
a motion to approve 2
She's got a
to
question.
11. Oh, I am so sorry.
I'm sorry.
But I still make a motion to approve 2 to 11.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. We have first and second. Councilwoman Avalos.
So I have a couple of questions for item number 3. This would be for John Hamilton. What is our typical due diligence when these worker comp cases come before council?
Sure. This is not a workers' compensation case. There's a related case that would be workers' compensation. What this is an application by this retired employee for an industrial disability retirement that was filed with CalPERS. So there is a pretty stringent and strict process that is followed that we have to follow with CalPERS. First, they'll send us a notification asking to ensure that this is not some sort of that the individual is facing disciplinary problems or some other reason that we're just trying to strike a deal to get rid of the employees. And then after that process occurs, we have to use independent medical evidence to support what's called that the employee was substantially incapacitated to perform the duties of, in this case, a police sergeant. So the city, we get to pick the independent medical examiner, which we did. We went through a qualified third-party examiner. That examiner is asked that specific question. Do you, in your opinion, find that this employee prior to retirement, and this employee was on light duty prior to their retirement, were they substantially incapacitated to perform their duties as a police sergeant? We then get that medical opinion back, which in this case came back with an affirmative. Yes, this employee was substantially incapacitated to perform his or her duties. And as a result, that meets the burden that is necessary to then come and approve this, this action before council. So that's the due diligence that we go through before I bring this to council for approval.
Okay, thank you so much. The next one is on item number 5, Arturo, which has to do with the wells for the PFAS treatment. So if I'm reading this report correctly, it says that they are going to require the removal of existing huts, and this is for design. There's no design in here. First, that's not in the report. And 2, what is it that we're doing with the hut? Are we replacing it or putting it somewhere else, or we're just completely demolishing it?
Yeah, so this particular contract with Tetra Tech is for the design of the PFAS treatment system. The original contract was set up with the basis that the PFAS treatment system was going to be located in one particular location. After meeting with Parks and Rec and looking at the potential impacts, a site was selected that has a certain number of impacts on one of the huts, from my recollection, as well as a storage facility. So this particular change order is for that design service so that they can change the location of that was designated under the original contract. And then to add in, primarily the majority of the cost here is to replace the storage facility that is going to be impacted because of the construction of a water line that is going to connect to this PFAS treatment system. That storage facility is also a parks facility, as is the one hut that is going to be impacted.
So then we're not going to replace the hut?
With this particular amendment, we're not replacing the hut. We are going to look at further discussions in terms of analyzing and assessing how do we offset the impact of the hut because of a project. But with this particular amendment, we're not replacing the hut. It's still going to be part of the project and part of the discussion.
And I'll just clarify. So the Boy Scouts have been contacted. We've had discussions. In the end, they'll be made whole. So there's no concern that we're arbitrarily doing anything. It's just for the design, we're trying to think of different ways to fit a PFAS plant near the reservoir where it needs to be, somewhere in the park space, doesn't impact the golf course, doesn't impact the ball fields. It's moving kind of Lego around. And then if we have to nudge a hut or not, we're working with them. There's an opportunity perhaps relocate, or maybe there's a modular triplex that could combine huts, or we'll have more dialogue. So there's no arbitrary removal of any huts without the Boy Scouts being consulted, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, but you are in talks with them, because again, we see they will all come. And, I think that was one of their, conditions of, yes, you can go ahead and do that, because again, those huts were granted over to the city with that condition that they be specifically for the Boy Scouts. The other question that I had to do with item number 7. So this is for the design, if I'm not mistaken, for our EOC.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. Do we have the money for the project?
We do have the money for the project. The police department was successful in securing a grant, and then that grant did have local match funds. When the city council accepted the grant, it also programmed the local match funds, and those funds are shown here in the fiscal impact. The total budget is 1.6 million. Of that, 1.226 million is coming from a grant. 100,000 is coming in AQMD funds, and 308,000 and change are coming from the building and infrastructure maintenance funds. So that fully funds the project.
Thank you. So in going over some of these agenda items, I noticed that there's a couple that have an itemization where it gives our city manager approval to amend anything up to 100,000. I don't subscribe to that. I think this council should be made abreast, and it should come before council before we give that kind of free rein. Again, looking at the budget that we're looking at, that doesn't sit well with me. So I'm not comfortable with that because that's on items number 5, item number 10, item number 8, and item number 9. So if we're going to take a vote, I will go ahead and vote. But I'm letting this council know, for me, we need to have those purse strings to make sure that we are fiscally responsible and that we are making those right choices. Because again, it's through all of those change orders that our budget goes up.
If I can just make a comment, yeah, it's not coming across as a question, but I'd like to offer comment. So the Public Works Department has nearly $100 million in CIP funds and just dozens of projects that we're working through, many different contracts. So we have best practices, best management practices in place that allow us to continue progressing with their projects so that we don't delay them. Meanwhile, work gets done, whether it's construction, whether it's design or what have you. The council programs the project and programs the budget. When we authorize through these requests, the city manager to process or approve administrative amendments up to a certain amount, he already has authority to approve, in this case, 50,000 through just the municipal code. This gives them another 50,000 on top of that, just to help us be more efficient in how we're working and how we're processing documents. But it's not correct to state that the budget goes up. The budget does not go up. The budget stays firm. We're working with an approved contingency. When the council approves a budget, they also approve a contingency. We call those anytime we use a contingency, we call it a change order, and it doesn't sound appealing, but the reality is that these change orders give us that opportunity to make changes to contracts that if a change order didn't exist, then what is a real option to separate out the contract in two and go out to bid again? So it's really a best practice that we have and we've had for quite some time now. You see it on all of these different staff reports because we want to be consistent with all of our projects, but we're not impacting the budget. We're still working within
No,
the budget.
right, and I think we gave them this authority a while back. I mean, if you remember correctly, we at council, we gave them this authority, to go up to 100,000.
Yeah, we've had
Yeah.
this discussion several times
Yes.
over the
Yes.
years, and which is why I thought I would reiterate
Right, unless
that
this is
information.
something new that you want to implement, but I know that we, as council, we gave them that authority.
And I think we are entitled to make changes. So for me, that's going to be
Yeah.
a game changer. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just to add some clarity from these items that you've brought up, Art Cervantes, the council member Avalos has brought up, I don't see any of them reflecting the general fund budget. Most of these, I think all of them are CIP budget funds that are being allocated. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I do want to look at one, which is the police department HVAC system.
Right. That has a portion, maybe.
No, it's BIM funds. Yeah, so that would be correct. There's no general funds.
Okay. So, I mean, that's, I guess maybe we can take a look if it's something that's impacting the general fund. Maybe I would want to take a look at how we handle that. But if it's something that's pre-budgeted that we've identified, I think, and it's related to CIP projects, I think that's something that we've already accounted for, we've already budgeted for, and holding back a project because we need to come back for 2 weeks to approve it may be costly, maybe an additional cost because now the project is delayed and there's going to be an additional cost made for that. And I worry that in solving a problem, we're trying to say that we're solving a problem, we're going to add an additional problem. So I would just worry about making that kind of distinction, but I think we can have a discussion, especially if it's related to the general fund.
Can I weigh in here? $100,000 is a lot. I mean, it's a change order basically, right, Arturo? So because and the work and so
yes, the $100,000 is to address any additional needs of the project, whether it's a change order for construction or a professional services amendment for design.
right, it's budgeted, right?
services.
But at the same time, but you know, there's always it's like a red flag too. You have a lot of change orders. Do we get to see those? I mean, change orders? I
Yeah,
mean,
you absolutely get to see them every time we file a staff report for a change order, particular notice of completion. We show the entire history of all of the change orders that
So
were
is this
processed.
after the fact that it's been approved, or is it going to be approved?
It depends at what stage the project is in when we bring the item forward. So for example, if we're bringing the item forward to award a construction contract, you're not seeing a list of change orders because the construction contract has not begun. At the time of notice of completion, you will see them. You will see them all. Or if we exceed that dollar amount or that threshold that was designated for the city manager, then we would bring that next change order to the council, and you would see that complete list again. I do want to mention that for professional services, there's a $50,000 threshold. For construction management projects, for construction projects, there's a $100,000 threshold that the city manager already has authority. So in some of these cases, what we're really doing is just layering on the transparency to make sure that the council is comfortable, because we do have this other administrative authority where the city manager has a $50,000 cap, and that's just what the practice has been. But the municipal code already gives them on construction projects to process change orders up to 100,000 without council approval.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to also point out that all these transactions and all these payments that we make out are all part of the warrant register that we review as an auditor. So we'll be able to keep track of that as well and manage that. And if we see anything that's excessive, I would hope that we would be able to bring that back and ask any questions at that time. So it is something that we review.
So Arturo, every time that we do a change order, yes, it's reflected in our auditing. Got it. Who flips the bill initially? The general fund, correct? Until we submit receipts and get reimbursed
Well,
from the grantee.
there's an accounting practice, and maybe our director of finance can explain that a little bit. But most of our grants are based on a reimbursement.
Mhm.
So we pay upfront and then we file for reimbursement. I don't believe that gets
So
actually
can I get a
recorded.
status update of all of our CIP projects and where we are in reimbursements for that? Because I think that's going to be crucial for me to be able to look at that.
Yeah, we can provide a list of all of our
Perfect.
grants that are based on reimbursement, but it's probably the large majority.
Yeah, because if I'm looking at this, I'm not just approving 142,000, but also moving funds from one account to another. Again, we're taking from here to cover over here. In the meantime, we will be submitting everything for reimbursement. So where are we in the process of getting reimbursed while we're moving the monies around? So again, I'm just thinking outside of the box. For me, I would much rather have those checks and balances that this council can have. We meet twice a month, every other week.
Yeah.
So if changes need to happen, he already has a certain authority, which I think was 50,000. And yes, council did increase it to 100. But now at this point, I'm not comfortable with that. And I am entitled to change my mind on that. So I will be making my vote, but I'm letting staff know and I'm letting city manager know that that's not going to sit well with me moving forward. Thank you.
Understood.
Mr. Cervantes, out of all the projects that we've ever had a reimbursement for, have we ever had an issue where we did not get reimbursed?
I'm going to let the director of finance address that question, but I will tell you that we do have a very aggressive program in terms of seeking reimbursements. There's large dollar amounts that we're going after. So it does take time to get those reimbursements, but maybe our director of finance can shed a little more light on that.
Yes, so we do track those grants, and in the system, we do log them. So in the accounts receivable system, whenever Public Works gives us the green light, we do essentially input a bill. It's essentially a bill, a bill that we're going to bill out to these granting agencies. And, you know, just our cash, just so we're all on the same page, we have pooled cash here at the city. So on paper, you do see all of these separate funds, and you do see, you know, that it's all in these nice, neat little buckets. but operationally, it's all sitting in one account, right? So we don't have 50 different bank accounts. So this is really a cash flow question, I think, council member, that you have. I could tell you that we don't have a cash flow problem. But that's something we can definitely dig into with you and go over. But to answer your question, yes, we do bill. We do track those billings. Billings sometimes take years because projects take years. So you'll sometimes see in our system, well, you have bills that are, a year or two old. Well, yeah, but that project is still ongoing or still not completed. But we can explain that when we go through it all. And I think the number is about $14 million that we have outstanding. I'll need to confirm that number, but that's about where we're at.
If I could offer, it might be helpful to come back with some examples of how this plays out, because this isn't a new, like I've inherited this system from before. It wasn't something I'm asking for, but it's a best practice that cities everywhere use. And again, the cap is, say it's $1 million project for the budget that gets approved here. That sets a limit. It can't be $1 million plus $1 without coming back to you. But the bid may have been 900 or say 850,000 for that project plus contingencies. While they're digging that space out, they come across an old, foundation of a building, and they didn't expect that. It all gets vetted by our engineers who are experts. They double check and say, okay, they need an extra amount of money. They've opened it up. They've got the bulldozers and diggers here. Can they get another, say, 40,000 above, like a total of 90,000 or something, to do this unexpected thing right now? And in that example, then if it's within that contingency, I could give the approval to finish that. Or in that example, nope, we don't have approval. You guys have to wait until we can get it on the agenda, which would be at best 3 weeks away, because we need to put it in an agenda, wait to get published, get to a meeting, depending on the calendar, to get approval, and then get back to them. Well, those diggers in the project is now going to sit idle. Their crews probably have a next project to go to, then remobilizing them from some other town where they've gone to and then coming back. The cost of that in that example can actually be higher. They might charge us an extra 10,000 in that example. That's not always the case, but I'm just giving examples that maybe with some more scenarios, and Art's obviously the expert in how these play out. We can just learn more, and then, certainly whatever the council wants to do, it's fine. But some of these things are not put in place just for, making a city manager a reckless spender. They're really put there for best practices that other cities do to help get projects done. But we're happy to give some examples, maybe bring back and have a little more dialogue before we kind of jump to some.
And if I can just add one more point, Mr. City Manager, we just had a conversation tonight about our budget situation, and I talked about the restructuring of the engineering division and what we've done with the engineering division to sort of flip it upside down, if you will, in terms of experience to add entry-level staff and what have you. And so we regularly bring 7 items to council, as tonight, next council meeting, same thing. There's so much paperwork that we're trying to fit in through the engineering division that at some point in time, if we don't have that leeway to work it more efficiently, it's going to be very difficult to accomplish what we all want to collectively accomplish. And that's deliver projects, deliver them efficiently, deliver them cost effectively, and figure out how to stop ourselves by reducing the general fund in a way that we can keep everything moving forward. And so the more work we add into the smaller system that we now have, just the more difficult it's going to be for us to do work. I would request that the council also consider that in terms of the overall conversation, as it's just a really busy environment.
Thank you. So we have a motion.
There's a motion.
In a second, but I haven't spoken. Real quick, just on item number 2, and let me explain why I want to talk on that one. Item number 2 is talking about the proceedings for the levy for the fiscal year 2025-2026, and it's talking about the street light and landscaping fund. And in the fiscal impact, it's saying the cost of preparing the engineer's report is $8,307. and it will be funded by the street lighting and landscaping fund. Now, overall, in the grand scheme of things, 8,307 is chump change. But we're saying it's coming from the streetlight and landscaping fund. You know why? Because it's coming from the streetlight and landscaping fund. But throughout the course of the year, we have a lot of things like this that come from the streetlight and landscaping fund. But at the end of the year, how much money where are we in the streetlight and landscaping fund that has been like that for over 3 decades?
I think the most recent year was, well, I think we're 947,000 short. Is that correct?
Okay, it doesn't have to be exact, but 940 some odd $1,000 short?
year.
Okay.
Sure.
And where is that money going to come from eventually?
The general fund.
The general fund. So we sit up here and we're going to say it's coming from streetlight and landscape. And we've been saying it, but staff is transparent about this. They tell us it's coming from that fund. And for years, it's been upside down and we'll continue to approve. And then we're going to say, we didn't know. No, I'm sorry. That streetlight and landscaping fund has to be revised at some point. And the only way to do it is through voter approval. There have been some years where it's been upside down by 1.5 million, 1.6 million. At some point, just to make this point, I might ask to go over the last 10 years because it's been so far upside down because we have not updated that and we're afraid to ask voters to vote for it. And that's why we're here. So again, I'm going to vote on this one and I'm going to support it, but I want to make sure that people understand that when we say a streetlight landscaping fund, and you're thinking we're not touching the general fund, wrong. It's going to be over $1 million at the end of the year that we're using from the general fund because we're not taxing our residents enough and haven't updated this. And it's right here on the report, on the analysis. If anybody wants to see it, it says how much it is. And it says, I don't want to go through the whole thing. So,
Council members, $1.2 million short this year.
1.2, even worse. Or better to make my point, but worse for this. But it clearly says that it has not been updated for 3 decades, and it's in the report. 3 decades. Okay, made my point. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes on 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 11, and no on 5, 8, 9, and 10.
Councilmember Davila? Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
He wants to be you. He wants to be retired.
I was trying to jump the gun here. Thank you. Reports and recommendation, Madam Clerk.
Oh, my goodness.
We have item number 12A, warrant register for December 23rd, 2025. The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for a grand total of $2,584,764.20. The cancellations are 111-173, 110-819, 112-683, 110-796, and 111-326. So we'll just do one at a time?
No, can we do both? I think it'd be appropriate to do both.
Okay, and then item 12B, City Council will approve the warrant register for January 13th, 2025. The grand total is $3,332,390.75, and there are no cancellations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to our city auditor.
Thank you, Mayor. Is anybody in the audience that want any questions on our audits, on our warrants? I'm sorry. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to council. Emails, or are there emails?
There are no emails.
No emails? Council, any?
We have a first and second.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody, and thank you to staff. So once again, I'd just like to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Renee Good. And everybody have a great night. Thank you.
You're adjourned.
We're adjourned.
Go ahead, bang that.
Get us out of here. What time? You did good.